You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hello. Jeez, I don't even have my mic ready. What's going on? Let me just check something right here. Hold on. Double checking. Is that thing working? No, I don't think that's working. All right, let's get a little mood music. Welcome to the Vodka stream, everybody. Yeah, you made it through another week. This week, oh my God. Surprised I'm still upright, but I did have a cup of coffee before I started. It's been one of those kind of weeks. I tell you, gotta love it, right? But we're still here. We're still drinking. Cheers, everybody. I am wearing my Giants shirt because, yes, the Giants and the Dodgers are playing. That's what I was seeing if it was on MLB TV, but it probably isn't. I know it's on Apple TV. But I don't even think my MLB TV is working. But yeah, and the cheers to the great Clayton Kershaw. It's his last regular season start. So even though I don't like the Dodgers, but it's Clayton Kershaw, guy's a Hall of Famer, and yeah, we'll see what happens. It sucks because if the Giants were you know what? Forget it. I hope Clayton Kershaw gets a win tonight. The Giants, they ain't going to the playoffs. They screwed the pooch. They got too streaky. And what I mean by that is they get on a winning streak, then they get on a losing streak. They get on a winning streak and get on a losing streak. It's a really bad way to play baseball. You can't just be streaky like that. It's ridiculous. Yeah, my MLB TV is not even working either. So anyway, good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Who's out there? Talk to me. All right, we got Gilmore right here. What is happening, sir? Watch the Superman making of, and Superman family and Brainiac drawing was used as the visual aid, so maybe it means nothing. I don't know. And when James Gunn keeps on saying a bigger threat, what bigger threat than Brainiac? I just hope there's like a parasite in there somewhere too. But he did some talking, and we'll talk about it in a little bit. And we're going to talk about James Gunn. I'm gonna give like I said, the opening of this will be a pretty long one. All right, this is not working. MLB TV did something weird where you had to relog into everything, so it's ridiculous. Anyways, I'll just watch the highlights. But yeah, we'll talk about what he said. He said, he talked about Man of Tomorrow. He talked about Batman and casting of Batman, of course, which, God damn it, I'm so glad the whole conversation about merging is just over with now. That we have Matt Reeves that confirmed that. We can get that. We can just get that out of here. We don't have to worry about that anymore, which is just fantastic. But now we're on another Batman script watch because, yeah, we're going to be wondering when we're going to get that casting for Batman. That's what I should have did. I should have put the 3 dots in there in the title. Who is Batman? Because that's what I was kind of going for. What's going on, Phil? TGIF, Mr. Ryan, good to see you, buddy. Oh, yeah, it's Batman Day tomorrow. Interesting. Hi, Mom. Good to see you. Yeah, I know. Go Dodgers. You know what? Like I said, might as well just, for Clayton Kershaw, might as well. The Giants weren't going to win anyways. They're probably going to get swept by the Dodgers, just the way that they're playing right now. That's again, having a team that's so streaky, when they go on like a big-time winning streak and then all of a sudden they get on a big-time losing streak, it's just it just sucks. But then again, a lot of teams do that. What can you do? Critic Chris, question, would a character like Carmen Sandiego be a worthy villainess to Batman? I think so. She slips away pretty easily. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Anybody remember that show? And they had the Carmen Sandiego, Where in the World, the game show kind of thing. And I remember I used to play Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. They had like different versions. Where in America is Carmen Sandiego, but it's never as good as Where in the World. They had a cartoon also, a Saturday morning cartoon of Where in the World. I'm surprised we have, and it's coming. It's coming. Amazon, Apple TV, somebody's going to make a series called Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, but I'm sure somebody has pitched that idea for a series. It would probably have to be a series. Could be a movie, I guess. That's coming. And what's funny is you never knew, like, Carmen Sandiego was like always the thing, but yet there's like other characters that you had to find too within the game, and you can never find. In the last one, you were always trying to find was Carmen Sandiego, and sometimes she would slip by you. Sometimes I remember a couple of times I caught her. Anybody who didn't grow up in the 90s, there's no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. What's happening for Friday? You got teriyaki backstrap of venison. Ooh. And Kerry golden. Ooh, you got Kerry golden mashed potatoes. That's good butter right there. Yummy. Gotta love it. Clone Avenger. Bring on the next couple of episodes of Peacemaker. Then it's all eyes on lanterns. Yeah, the next couple episodes are going to get intense, right? Because that was episode 5 we just saw, and now we're getting to the last 3 episodes, which apparently are just going to be absolutely insane. My new name is Dabe. You need to watch those typos there, Arkham. It's all good. Just busting your balls. You know, Arkham thinks, you know, he wanted to say my name, and he thinks I'm a babe, you know, so... James Gunn wish you happy birthday. Well, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Arkham Knight 99. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, bud. Always great to see you in the chat. Jason McKenzie, what's happening? Cheers to you, sir. Always great to see you. Who else we got? What's going on there, Jose? And going Kershaw, like I said, he could take the win. It's fine. Giants are out of it. They're out of it. Tigers blue going, yeah. It sucks when that happens. When you think they have a chance. When you think your team has a chance, and then they just start playing like shit. It's so funny how that is. Tyler, what's happening? Hey, Dave, your boy got hit by a car today on my bike. What the hell? I got some superficial wounds with that. Clayton Kershaw struck me out in 2 pitches at baseball camp. Huh? So you actually got pitched to? I mean, I'll take your word on it, unless, you know, who knows? Unless your name is like, is it a fake name? Probably not, because you wouldn't have said you got hit by a car today. So hopefully you're okay, sir. Hopefully you're okay. What's going on, Mr. Balga? Everyone talking about Brainiac being the next villain. Who else is on the wish list? Like I said, Parasite would be good. Parasite's good. Mr. Trevino, salud. Detroit Tigers got to get their shit together and get hot before the playoffs. There's only like 9 games left. I mean, it's going to be a miracle for the Giants to do it, but I just have a bad feeling, you know, they're going to lose tonight, probably, and who knows, hopefully they don't lose the next. I don't want to owe my dad $40. Also, Dave, when are you catching blood in, blood out, carnal? I don't know if that was even a thing. Where's that going to be? Tony Movie, Chappie D. Neil Blomkamp fan. Hey, Dave, now that Andy is out, he's out as Brave and the Bold. Where'd you see that? I saw somebody passing around a anonymous screenshot. You can't do that. I mean, I'm not saying that he is in there. I mean, likely he is out, but there's nothing official yet, right? We haven't seen anything official. There's just people passing around because anybody can make these headline cards. You know, everybody could pass around these headline cards, and I saw somebody who likes to pass around bullshit cards, and I'm like going, yeah, that's probably not all because he was always hated. He always hated the fact that Andy Muschietti was going to direct that. He like flat out hated, like he had a super hate boner. He had a super hate boner for Andy Muschietti, so. Anyway, I don't see anything that indicates that. Somebody was just passing around just a title card that anybody could make, that anyone could make. You got to be careful with those. I love it when I see that and there's like no legitimate source. Somebody just makes a fancy little title card. Or like a headline card thing, and there's no source to it. You got to be careful with that. But, you know, we'll see. Like I said, I don't think he actually is going to do that. But Jonathan Nolan, though, not a bad choice. That'd be very interesting for sure. Versus Seed, what's happening? I think Mongol with War World to tie in Mongol's death from the Suicide Squad. If that part's, oh yeah, I mean there could be something with that. I think we talked about that a little bit last week. So We got Rhea. What's going on, Miss Glimmercast? What's happening? Good to see you. Oh, man. What's going on, Caleb? Happy Friday. Saw episode 5. Saw episode 5 tomorrow. Can't wait to see that surprises come next. Yeah, I know. I'm going to give my review, of course. I'm going to give my review. Oh, you meant this right here. Happy Friday episode. Peacemaker last night. Can't wait to see. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. What's going on, Jay? So how was him? I'm going to give my full review of him right now, too. I'll do him. I'll do my review of him, and then I'll go into Peacemaker, and then we'll talk a little bit of the stuff that happened today. And there's something interesting, too, that, of course, people are passing around that came from some anonymous sources. And, oh, boy, let's just say the hashtags are flowing, of course. My God. Johnny Rampage. Dave, been too long, dude. Yeah, I haven't seen you in the chat in a bit. Haven't watched the stream in a bit. Had a baby, and life has been crazy, but great. Well, congratulations, sir. That is definitely life-changing. It's okay. It's okay. Just, if you want the baby to sleep, just have the baby listen to one of my rants to put the baby out, put the kid out just like that, just right out. Batman Day. Yeah, I know. We got Batman Day tomorrow. Good thing I'm not going anywhere. I don't know. I might head to the comic book shop or something. The hell is going on with this thing? I don't know. My TV is acting stupid right now. What the hell is going on with my TV right now? All right. So I guess something went out. Yeah, stupid. Like I said, it's been that kind of week. Things aren't working correctly or anything. What's going on, Bill? Good to see you. You changed your profile picture. You cartooned yourself? That's pretty cool. Let's see. Who else we have? We got STC. Watch it be someone like James Wan. I don't know exactly what you're referring to. But, you talk about who's directing it. Okay, so you talk about Batman. Yeah, that makes sense. Talking about Brave and the Bold. That's what you're talking about. All right, guys. Well, hit that like, thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. Do all the things, and let's get started, huh? Jeez. Like I said, if I act a little slow, if I'm acting a little loopy, it's just because it was just a long week. But, I always love to end my weeks sipping vodka and talking to you guys. All right. Him. That's right, him. This movie, I forgot who directed it. I should probably look that up. I should probably always have that. Like, who directed the movie? Justin something. I don't know. But we got Marlon Wayans, and we got the this young kid coming up. He was in the I Know What You Did Last Summer reboot. And Tyreek Withers, that's who it was. It was funny because when I saw the trailer for him, I'm like, why does that guy look familiar? Oh, that's right. He was in that shitty Justin Tipping. Yeah, that shitty I Know What You Did Last Summer reboot that bombed. But so this movie right here, I mean, this movie kind of sat with me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. This movie's a trip. I mean, obviously, if you've seen the trailer, you know it's a trip. And it goes into. I was slightly disappointed because I think there's a lot of substance here. Well, not substance. See, this is my brain wonky. There's a lot of style here, not a lot of substance, because they take substances in the movie. No, but there's a lot of stylized editing, a lot of freaky stuff. Like I said, you're going to get like epilepsy shot. Or is that what it is? Epilepsy when it's flashing in your face and you're going to go into a seizure or something like that. But I mean, you get a lot of those scenes. It's an interesting idea. I just think that the crazy editing and the trippy visuals could have been toned down a little bit, and maybe they could have fleshed out the climax, which when you find out crazy things that are happening in this story, because it starts off where you go, what the fuck? I mean, right off the bat, you start off with a what the fuck kind of thing, and it starts off well, but I think it just didn't stick the landing. I just don't think it really stuck the landing. Marlon Wayans was, he was a nutcase. He did well, And like I said, that Tyreek Withers guy, good thing he had this movie. We could forget about that I Know What You Did Last Summer reboot, where his character was super annoying. Well, they're all the characters were super annoying in that movie, but he actually did a good job in this movie. I thought he showed some acting chops when it came to this. This is not a movie to probably, unless you like a trippy football movie, it is very unique. It's probably, you don't see too many football movies, and you don't see a football movie like this. I know, like, when it came to Any Given Sunday, Oliver Stone's movie, he had a stylized way of editing that movie, and I actually love that movie. That movie's great. I actually really, I really like Any Given Sunday when it comes to football movies. This one is it's got the horror, kind of a horror element to it, and you're wondering. The whole time you're kind of wondering what exactly is going on, and then when you find out what's going on, it doesn't feel like they stuck the landing in my eyes, but. Yeah, that's it. So, if you're all about it, if you're all about seeing this movie, go check it out. It's not a terrible movie by no means. I just didn't think they stuck the landing, and there was just too much of the crazy editing and trippy visuals and stuff. I just thought there was a little too much that, and not enough of like, oh, I see where you're going here. This could have been a lot better, but that's it. And Caleb, thank you for the $5 super chat, my friend. I'd rather a small actor be cast as DCU Batman. Yeah, I know. And that's probably what's going to happen. It's probably what's going to happen. And I wouldn't be surprised. The big actors are not trying to get into superheroes as much anymore. They're not trying to get the superhero roles. A talent agent guy, a talent rep. He spoke about it. He said that, 5 years ago, all actors were trying to get into a Marvel Studios movie. Now, not nearly as much. That it's kind of sailed. So, that ship has kind of sailed. But yeah, what could you do? But yeah, go see him. Or if you just want to wait till it's at home, take a handful of shrooms and have fun with that, because it feels like you're tripping through some of those scenes. Oh, we got Obama 2.0 in the chat. I'm sorry, we got Obama 2.0. All right, that's my quick little Obama impression right there. That's all I got. All right, Peacemaker Season 2, Episode 5. Oh, man, we're getting in the thick of it now. So when we ended last week's episode, obviously Harcourt was, she got a visit from Rick Flag Sr., and he basically said that she will not be able to get any job at anywhere when it comes to, CIA, FBI, Argus, all the stuff. She basically can't get one of these government jobs anymore. But Rick Flag Sr., of course, having the power that he has, basically gave her the ultimatum of, hey, I can get you back in, get you in the good graces of the people that are running these organizations if you bring us Peacemaker. So, of course, last week's episode ended up, her sending the text. So we get that here. We get to see all that happen here, and it's a pretty tense scene when he actually has to. Peacemaker is not as big of a dummy as you might think. It was kind of funny because obviously when you saw like the trailer for it, you got Judo Master who's going to try to snipe him, and he does a very good job of like not getting sniped. You're open, you're in a park and everything. And I know it was like people were saying it was bad timing because of what happened, over a week ago, of course. But, it's not on them, nobody knew that was going to happen. But anyways, it's in the way that I won't like delve into spoilers quite yet. We might delve into them a little bit when we're talking with the panel, but the things that happen in here, and then of course you already know where it's going. And then, of course, when you see the trailer, you go, okay, now things are going to start to get very interesting for sure. Seems like good old Chris, Peacemaker, he can't do, he feels like he can't do anything right, of course. And then he can't right the wrongs in his past, which, of course, was that he killed Rick Flag Jr. And we have a cool little scene with Rick Flag Sr. and Chris, Peacemaker, and a nice little fight scene. And it's just a pretty freaking brutal. The advantage that you have of having John Cena in your show is he knows all the tricks to make things look really good. And there's like There's like a shot in here where Rick Flag Sr. just knees him right in the chest into a wall that it is up close, and it looks like Frank Grillo really did put a knee just right into John Cena's like chest, because John Cena just knows, he probably just knew like certain ways to do it. I mean, you just go, shit. I like rewound it. I went, God damn, that was brutal. Just boom. I'm like, wow. So that's the advantage. But yeah, so now we're going to be getting into the crazy episodes, apparently, when it comes to this damn series, that, there's going to be a lot of consequences, and there's going to be some other characters that are probably going to be showing up. Yeah, right, versus Seed. That knee right to the chest. I mean, they emphasized it. But I mean, there was no way that there wasn't any contact right there. I'm sure maybe Cena had some kind of something on, but again, he's a wrestler, he's a pro, he's been doing it for so long. He probably just knew how to take it, and it was just it's pretty freaking awesome. Imagine if Crossbones was like that. Yeah, I know, right? Of course, we see a little spark going on with Miss Bardot, and you could tell she has a little thing for Rick Sr. Why not? It's Rick Sr. He might be 60 years old, but hey, doesn't matter. He's still keeping shape, right? So there you go. All right. So there are the two reviews right there. So let's talk a little bit about some things. So first off, what I want, let's see. Where was I going to look? Okay, so we have that. Let me see. I should have had it up, but I didn't have it up. Let me pull it up. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's watch this. Okay, so we have a little something right here. This is from Screen Rant. Screen Rant gave him, I think it's Screen Rant. And if it's not, I'm gonna source Screen Rant. Why not? So we have Jimmy Gunn's talking about Batman because naturally it's going to get brought up. And then, basically now what's the new Batman watch? Now that we know that the Batman Part 2 is the script's finished, they're going to be starting to film in April and May. That's actually happening. We can get all that out of our system like that, no, it's going to get canceled, or no, there's going to be a merge. We could throw all that away. Thank God Matt Reeves helped with all that by talking on the red carpet at the Emmys. Thank God. But now we're going, okay, now hopefully we could find out soon that the DCU, the Brave and the Bold script, which I don't think it's still going to be called Brave and the Bold. It just seems like that's just a little too wordy. I don't know, but maybe they'll keep it. Who knows? That script is going to be the next Batman script to watch. And then, of course, naturally, who is going to be cast as Batman? And of course, we've seen Brennan Sklenar, which I wouldn't mind him being Batman. Some people don't like it. Some people are sick of seeing it, which I get it. Anytime there's a fan cast and you just see so many times, I get it. You get kind of sick of it. I've even kind of gotten sick of it myself, where I'm starting to lead. I'm like, what about Theo James? What about that guy? But then I'm going, maybe Theo James. He definitely has the Bruce Wayne. Does he look good in a cowl? And I've done the AI image of him, and I'm like, yeah, I think he could pull it off. So I don't know. We'll see. But here's Jimmy Gunn's right here talking about getting asked a question about Batman. And then, of course, he does in fact bring up Brandon Sklenar, kind of. Here we go.
Your podcast that goes up after every episode. I would say that there are corners of the internet who are paying close attention to any comment you make that might be perceived as a clue on the scouting and casting front. Is that something that people should be doing at this moment in time? If you say you're watching something.
I mean, do I have ideas about actors to play Batman? Absolutely, I do. I have guys I like. I have guys that are at the top of the list for me, just like I had people that were at the top of the list for Superman. But let me tell you something. Those aren't the people they aren't David Cornsweet.
Right.
So they didn't get the job. So right. People can guess, and maybe they'll be right about certain things. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about specifically.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But that doesn't mean that's going to be,
Right. Okay.
It's totally up in the air. I mean,
early days.
Yes. we'd have to screen test. We'd have to do the whole thing. It's unlikely that I'm going to hire someone that's like, oh, it's, whatever. It's Sylvester Stallone as Batman. We're just hiring him. He's not going to, audition.
That would be crazy.
I'm making up a huge audition. It's unlikely that Batman's going to be one of those guys, but it's possible. It is possible. I know like one actor in particular who is, pretty big star that wants to be Batman. We've talked about it, but I don't think, but I'm not sure that's the case.
Right. Okay. Intriguing.
A big star.
Pay attention. Watch this space. Watch this space.
Such a terrible answer, but it's an honest answer. That's the truth, Marla. It's like it's
of course
an honest answer.
Yeah. A lot of people are like, James Gunn is watching 1923. Like, what does it mean?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But listen, it's a really good TV show. Like it was like I can't believe how good that show was.
It's funny because. Yeah, I remember when that got passed around because I even talked about it too, where it's like, oh, he likes 1923. He knows who Brandon Sklenar is, and so we all started going crazy, like, oh yeah, this is indicating that but Brandon Sklenar, he's a star of that TV. Oh man, so that's naturally, and that's why he kind of laughed at the end. But now I'm kind of wondering who is this big star? Who is this big star that James Gunn was talking about that wants to play Batman and he's had conversations with? That is the question. Big star. But what counts as a big star in James Gunn's world? What does he consider a big star? And again, do not say Chris Pratt. It's not fucking Chris Pratt. He already said that he will not cast Chris Pratt as Batman. I know so many people are like, Chris Pratt. Glenn Powell. I mean, some people have. I just don't see it. I still don't see it. I don't see Glenn Powell as a Batman, but again, you never know. What I like what James Gunn says right here, because regardless of what the fucking chuckleheads say that hate this guy, who say he casts everything from Twitter. He doesn't. He's a professional. He sees somebody, he goes, hey, let's get an audition from that guy or that girl, and then we're gonna do a screen test with other actors and blah, blah, blah. Because obviously when it comes to Batman, he's going to have to screen test with kids, whoever's going to, there's also the Damian aspect. So not only does he have to cast Batman, means he's got to cast Damian, and then they got to find that chemistry. They got to find that chemistry between the two. So that's another layer that they're going to have to add to it when it comes to casting of this new Batman. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Definitely going to be interesting. And I don't think we actually, like I said, there's like clips going around. Let's see. Maybe there's a clip of this. Let's see. James Gunn, can't type. Because I just saw the quote. See, that's the thing is like this interview just got, okay, here we go. This interview just got released. So now all of a sudden, this is from Ringerverse. I thought this was Screen Rant. I don't know. I guess I'm wrong. But here we go right here. If you want to get some details on Man of Tomorrow, a little bit more details, and Jimmy Guns does talk about the tone. This is what's going to be interesting because a lot of people are going, oh man, please, James Gunn, don't direct the sequel. And then I even thought, I'm wondering if, when it came to this first movie, there was a lot of pressure on this first movie. And then I'm kind of going, all right, so now that the first movie is in the bag and it was a success, regardless of what certain people say, it's a success. You could watch it now on HBO Max. I was just like kind of curious. I'm like, now that he's done that one, so what does the next one entail? And then, does it take a different tone? Because when you look at, say, Batman Begins to Dark Knight, there is an obvious tone change from Man of Steel to Batman versus Superman. There is a tone change, which is good. I like it when directors do that. It's like I feel the same way when like some of my favorite bands, they don't just stay in their lane. They kind of try things with different albums. I have favorite bands that do that, but I have bands that relatively just everything sounds relatively the same, which is totally fine. But I like it, that's what I'm comparing this to. I like it that directors go, okay, I'm going to try something different with this. So here he is talking about Man of Tomorrow. And I believe that quote is in here.
What are you most interested in exploring on the Lex front in Man of Tomorrow and in the future more broadly?
Yeah, I think I'm just more interested in getting into the heart of Lex and seeing how he fits into all of this. I think that getting to know Lex more as a human being. I think we saw, a lot about the evil part of Lex. It's hard.
We're gonna get
pretty evil,
He's
pretty bad guy. But I think that I just want to get to know. I think he as a character is really interesting. I think that there's something, despite everything, that is incredibly heroic about Lex. Take aside like morality.
Yeah.
It's hard to do. But here is this guy who's saying, you can hold up a building, you can shoot down, planes with your eyes. Fuck you. Yeah. I'm gonna kick your ass because I'm better than you.
Right.
And that is, you can't, I can't help but admire his tenacity and his sort of ego and his, his ambition is beyond compare.
Yeah. He puts in the work.
He's the underdog. At the end of the day,
sure.
He's the underdog. Sure, he's got a lot of corporate power and these other things that he can use to manipulate things, but he can't fly in outer space. He can't lift up a building. He can't punch something across the 3 states. He's a guy, and I love that.
Okay, so he didn't say the quote that I was in that clip right there. Again, like I said, this is like a fresh interview, so I'm just like, clips are just like now being thrown out there. But basically, I'll read the quote right here from this interview as well. It says, "Superman is more comic booky in some ways than Man of Tomorrow. It has to do with the dual characters of Lex and Superman at the center. So it's going to have not as a comic booky tone, apparently. Who knows? I think that, I think that now that you got the first one out of the way, that was a hard thing. James Gunn was actually asked too, and he responded on Threads about the writing process for Man of Tomorrow, was it easier than the writing process for for Superman? And he said much, much, much easier. He put 3 muches in there. 3 muches. So this time around, it's like easy going because there was so much pressure on that fucking first movie. And they wanted it to do a lot better than it did. But again, it did what it needed to do to warrant the DCU and a sequel. So, but then it's kind of interesting. What's going to be interesting about this one in 2 years is how people respond to that. It could completely flop for all we know, or it could be more successful than this one. It could blow up. Look what happened again, comparing it to Batman Begins to The Dark Knight. Batman Begins makes less than half a bill, and The Dark Knight makes over $1 billion, And that's what's interesting. Of course, that was when the superhero genre was booming. So I'm not saying that Man of Tomorrow is going to make $1 billion. Definitely not saying that. But you just never know. It's going to be interesting to see what happens and where everything kind of goes, especially coming off of 2026 with Supergirl and Clayface. And then, of course, over on the Marvel Studio side, Spider-Man Brand New Day and Avengers Doomsday. It's going to be very interesting after 2026 how people are going to be feeling about the superhero genre then. It's never going to go away, but at the same time, it is in a kind of like, restructure spot. And I'm kind of going, is next year going to help it kind of get back into that incline again? That's what I'm wondering about. So that's pretty cool. We'll see, but you just never know when it comes to all this stuff. And finally, I'm gonna talk about this because I saw this and I went, oh man, now we're not gonna hear the end of this, and there's gonna be more hashtags out there, probably, right? I don't know if you guys saw this. It wasn't like huge news because, again, the sources are whatever, but it's really nothing too much. But check this out. Netflix is reportedly considering placing a bid to buy Warner Brothers. What? Break out your hashtag, folks. Oh, and the reason why, I mean, if you know, you know, right? And I'm, people who watch this this program, they you guys know, you definitely know that obviously, in the past, how many years? 2 or 3 years, there's been a campaign for Warner Brothers and DC to sell the Snyderverse to Netflix. And now, of course, when this is happening, those guys, I mean, talk about boners. They're just fring. They saw this and they lost their shit. And to those guys, I say, are you fucking stupid? You know how bad this would be for the industry? It's not going to happen, first off. Not going to happen. But that would be so bad for the industry. Netflix buying Warner Brothers, that'd be terrible. Because Netflix, you've heard what those higher ups say at Netflix. They don't want the theater model anymore. They want people at home watching and streaming. They don't want you to go out into the movie theaters. That's why I'm going, no, this would be terrible. But of course, those guys don't give a shit as long as their precious little hashtags and their campaigns and all they live for, why they beat their keyboards daily, all day. Now they're like, oh my God, it's going to happen. And then it's like, you don't even, so even if it were to happen, so they're just going to drop James Gunn and like, sorry, we're going to go back to this Zack Snyder over here. Meanwhile, Zack is making the movies he wants to make. And again, they don't care about that. I don't know how many times I got to say that. They don't care about what Zack is doing right now. They just want him back and making superhero movies until he's 90. I had people in my mentions even talking about that. It's like, no, leave the guy, and people were like, why? I'm like, well, if, again, I'm going to say the A word. Yeah, sure. If this does happen, well, first of all, if this were to happen, because I told somebody, I was like, hey, you don't need, if this happens, you don't need to use that hashtag sell the Snyderverse to Netflix. Because if this happens, Netflix would own Warner Brothers, which owns DC. So therefore, they own DC. I know that you guys think that DC and Warner Brothers can just, Snyderverse is its own IP, that they're just going to be like, here's a license for the Snyderverse. You can have it. And all our actors, when you buy this license, all the actors, they're all going to come back with it. They're going to drop what they're doing and come back with it. It's just like so weird, man. It's so weird. It's frustrating. But I mean, I would take that with a huge grain of salt. I don't think that's going to happen at all. If anybody's going to make a proper bid, it is Paramount. Paramount they will win. They will win over anything. But it's just so funny when people just do that. Zach, God damn. I know none of those fucking idiots are going to would ever believe it. But I remember specifically asking Zach on the phone if Warner Brothers wanted to continue. This was before the Snyder Cut came out, before Zack Snyder's Justice League came out. I said, well, if they wanted to continue, would you do it? And he immediately went, look, listen. You know how Zack says, listen, I'm going to be busy. And this was, because this, obviously he was working on Army of the Dead with Netflix. And even, this was before Rebel Moon was even announced. He goes, I got another thing that I'm going to be pitching. So I'm going to be busy. And then the first thing I asked, I was like, hey, well, what if somebody else took over and you just kind of like overlooked it? He said yes. So there would always be something like that. But I don't know how many times, like, these guys over here are, they only want Zack to make these movies, and they want it to be movies. Remember the whole thing when it came to, Zack Snyder's Justice League, he pitched it as a series. I remember I got a lot of hell from those idiots saying like Zack Snyder's a filmmaker, because they want to keep Zack in a box. It's so weird. They want to keep Zack in a box. They want him to just make DC superhero movies. Movies. That's it. They don't want him to do anything else but that. That's what I'm realizing. They want to keep him right in this certain spot. And then it was funny when Deborah revealed that they pitched it as an episodic series. And I went, fuck you guys. But of course, they're not going to acknowledge when they're wrong. Yeah, the reason why I knew is because somebody told me. I can give you a couple of guesses who. Anyways. It's crazy. It's crazy. And by the time that Zach could do that, it'll be over a decade. And you know another thing he told me? Not everybody would come back. You know why? Egos. I probably said that before. But everybody who's like in this fucking fantasy world that everybody's going to drop what they would do, like if say something were to happen, that everybody would return. I already did a rundown on who would probably most likely return and who wouldn't. You can count out Ezra. You can count out Gal. Those two definitely will not return. And then everybody else is up in the air. Ben Affleck does not want to wear a 30-pound bat suit anymore. I'm sorry to tell you that. That's why that ugly-ass fucking costume in The Flash exists. Because he didn't want to put on that heavy-ass bat suit anymore. So, just saying. Yeah, Amber Heard ain't coming back. She's going to have to do a lot of recasting. No, they would do it for Zach. No, it's not. I know you think of him as a god, but these people, they just thought of him as a, that was their boss and he was really cool and a friend, but they don't think of him as a god like you do. They don't worship him like you do. Oh, man. Anyways, all right. I think I've done enough ranting about that. I just saw that and I went, fuck. Here we go. Oh, we're never going to hear the end of it now, are we? And then, of course, when something like this happens, these guys, they'll look down on you. Hey, there you go. See, they said this, they said that. And I'm like, the thing that I always love that I receive is like, hey, they said the Snyder Cut wasn't going to get released or didn't exist. And I'm like, that's not the same. How are you comparing a movie that was shot and put together and it was 70% done and people claiming it didn't exist? How are you comparing that to trying to get a whole universe back together to make two giant Justice League movies? It's not the same. It's just not the same. I mean, again, if I was like wrong, I would gladly eat the biggest crow, because you know what I get after I eat that big crow? I could actually watch that. That's what's so funny. I've always brought that up too. If I'm wrong, I will eat the biggest crow there is. And then after I've stuffed my belly with crow, I'd be like, okay, now I'm going to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League 2. But if these guys are wrong, I don't know. There's nothing. They're just going to be trying to get the Snyderverse back for the next 20 years. It's cool. But no, I much prefer Zach doing the movies he wants to make. He's got a passion project he's doing right now. He's got the UFC movie that potentially could be his biggest movie he's going to make. That LAPD movie, who knows if that's going to happen. But yeah. So when people ask me, what would you rather have? I'm like, well, considering I've had conversations with the man, public and private, I think I would want him to do what he wants to do. And it sounds like, he's got some passion projects he wants to do. You want to bring him back into the crazy world of superheroes? I don't know. It seems like we saw an interview where if he were to come back to do anything DC, what did he say? He said his White Whale is doing an authentic Dark Knight Returns adaptation. He says that is his White Whale. With all the talk about him coming back to do two giant Justice League movies, seems like he was more enthusiastic on his White Whale that is the authentic Dark Knight Returns movie. If he had the choice, would you want to do your sequels or you want to do this? I'm pretty fucking sure he would say that he'd want to do the Dark Knight Returns full-on adaptation more than try to do two big Justice League movies. 100% he would do this over this. I'm sorry to tell you that. It's just that's what would happen. Okay. They should release it as novels. Oh, I know. I've mentioned that too. If it becomes a comic book, I would love that too. I want to see what the story is. I want to see what the story is. I definitely want to see what the story is. And I would love to put it out there. Of course, when you got those guys, live action or nothing. But even the man himself, the man that they supposedly worship, has said that he's pitched it as a book, he's pitched it as animation. And he would gladly do that. And why would he gladly do that? Because he doesn't have time to fucking direct them. You can't tell him that. Because they live in a fucking bubble, man. And like, they're only thinking about themselves. They don't think about anybody else. It's ridiculous, but I digress. You know how it is. Just ranting and raving. It's whatever. We have fun with this. I have fun making fun of those guys. But I'm so looking forward to Last Photograph. I am so looking forward to that because it's such a passion project. It's going to be a different Zack Snyder project. That's what I love about it. Like, I know that Zack has been wanting to do this movie for so long, and it's a small movie. I mean, he said in interviews, I think he even said it on here one time. He's like, the fact that he would be able to just actually be, he doesn't have to do a bunch of, sound stages, visual effects, all those things. And he can actually be there and not have to worry about, being off the side, because of explosions and all that kind of stuff. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's going to be nice to see him do a small movie. And he needs to do a small movie too, because, regardless of how we feel about him, we love him. And we love his movies. But at the same time, sometimes, there's people out there, there's people I've talked to where they're like, yeah, I like Zack, but, he still hasn't quite, made his mark. Yes, he's made his mark as a brand and everything, but he really needs to make his mark more like back when 300 came out, he changed the game when it came to the slow motion photography. And people still try to emulate that to this day. And he's still is awesome with it. But what he needs to do now is make a small movie where it gets attention, where the critics kind of go, where it shocks the critics. But I mean, who cares about the critics? Again, who cares about the critics? But it would be crazy when The Last Photograph comes out and all of a sudden they're like, Jesus Christ, this is a Zack Snyder movie? What? That's what's going to be interesting about, and that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the movie, and I'm looking forward to the reaction from the biz. Snow, Steam, and Iron vibes. Yes. Mr. Laugh Now. Yes. You saw that movie, right? That was just Zack doing a movie that didn't have to have a bunch of visual effects. And he shot it with a fucking iPhone. The man knows how to shoot a movie. Okay? The man knows how to make a shot look gorgeous. He's one of the best. So the fact that he's going to make a movie that's not sci-fi, it's not fantasy, it is based on a book. I think is it based on a true story? I think it's based on a true story. I might be wrong about that. I don't know. But the fact that he's going to be making something like that, I mean, goddamn, there's so much potential here. And then, of course, when he jumps into the UFC movie, that movie, again, and I'm going to emphasize it until it comes out, it has potential to be the biggest movie he's ever made. Bigger than BVS. Okay? Oh, shit. How dare I say that? It's the UFC. It's the UFC. The UFC is global. You make a UFC movie that's backed by the UFC, you have UFC fighters in it, because I'm sure that'll happen. The main characters won't be actual UFC fighters, but there's probably going to be like actual Dana White is supporting it. He's probably going to have a gargantuan budget because there's a bunch of rich motherfuckers in Saudi Arabia that'll throw some money at that. It's going to be a big ass movie. And it potentially could be his biggest movie of his career. I don't know how much I have to emphasize that. Yeah, sorry, it might be bigger than Batman vs. Superman. It's the UFC. I'm sorry. I'm on a good one tonight, folks. Like I said, the lack of sleep this week. Oh, the coffee that I drank before this. Oh, wow. I just saw, where did I just see that? Look at this. Okay, Arkham. Wow. That's kind of cool. I don't know why. I'm just like, I'm not saying, I mean, obviously we were talking about, who wouldn't return for Snyderverse stuff. Yeah, and Amber Heard definitely wouldn't. By the way, Amber Heard her accent was very bad. Everybody remember how bad her accent was in that movie? It was bad. And then in James Wan's movie, she didn't have an accent. It was bad. I don't know why they what was the reasoning behind? I mean, I guess they, you wanted to make her sound a little bit more like, she's from another world, I guess. That's why that's why I called Aquaman, James Wan's Aquaman. I call it Snyderverse adjacent, because adjacent to Momoa. I don't know. Because it is Snyderverse, but not really Snyderverse. When you look at how Zack handled the Atlantean world and how James Wan did, James Wan, he made it colorful and nice. Of course, we didn't see full on Atlantis, but the bubbles thing. And he kind of when there wasn't bubbles, they had their own language that sounded like dolphins almost, or like whales or whatever. And James Wan was just like, nah, they're just going to talk underwater. There's a lot of that stuff. So get a voice that's all they got to do. Yeah. And that's what I've said many times too. It's like, you do it in animation. Yeah. You can get some of the actors to come back, but they're not going to get all of them. So you get, I guarantee, I just guarantee you that some of them will not come back. They would. And you get somebody that sounds like them. Yeah, poor Ben. I can imagine how many pounds the suit weighed on him. That's why skin tight suits would be. Yeah, I know. I mean, again, I've said it time and time again. I talked to somebody, a costume person. Okay? Somebody who actually who works in the costume world. He told me that the reason why that Flash batsuit looks like shit because Ben Affleck at first, when he signed on, he wasn't going to wear the costume. Apparently that was going to be a thing, but then they're like, no, you got to wear the costume. We're going to do this whole thing. And he didn't want to wear the previous costumes because they were just so, even though he loved the BVS costume and he has the statue of it with it in his production company headquarters, which is cool. But he wanted to wear something that wouldn't be on, and that's why it looks like shit. It's essentially just like a jumpsuit thing that's loose fitting, and then they put the fucking motorcycle armor on it. That's why it looks like shit. I mean, because he didn't want to do it. That Smallville series probably has a chance of happening. Yeah, I would think so too. I know everybody's like, oh, James Gunn canceled it. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I know everything that happens, it's all James Gunn's fault. It's like, no, I don't know about that. I again, no. I don't know that though. Anything can happen. Yeah, anything can happen. I mean, yes, we could put it as much as that, as anything could happen, but I'm just looking at it, looking at everything and going, no. And then conversations I've had with people, with Zach, with everything. That's why me. But like I said, yes, I know anything can happen. And there's probably a universe out there. There's a multiverse. There's a doorway that we can open. And we walk in and there's a ton of Snyderverse movies. And yes, I would love to visit that world and watch them. Trust me. I'm still very much a Snyder fan. Oh, the people that just accuse me of not being a Snyder fan anymore because I don't support the crazy hashtags and everything. It's funny. I overheard someone say if your Bruce Wayne is Michael Keaton and Nick Cage is your Clark Kent, then who is your Arthur Curry? I don't know who would be Arthur Curry in that little 90s era, who would be Arthur Curry in that? That'd be an interesting question. Maybe we could bring up to the panel. But I don't know. Yeah, exactly. I think true diehard Snyder fans would take that freaking Dark Knight Returns or whatever. I guess there's 2 more animated specials coming to Amazon as well. They feel like possible Black Horse in bidding race. Let's see what else we got before we start bringing some people in here. Let me see if there's any more questions you got. Hey, what's up, Dell? Good to see you, buddy. Always great to see you out there. See, I know you guys would be fine. You put that out on Twitter. Oh, give it a little bit, and those guys start freaking coming out like hyenas. They start coming out like hyenas, going, "Hey, this fucking guy over here, he's live action or nothing." They like scream it out to the heavens: "Live action or nothing, freedom!" Like, okay, then nothing. That's what people say. I'm like, all right. People just go, all right, then nothing. You're gonna get nothing. I don't know what is the whole thing about that battle cry. I don't understand. But Phil, that animated would be the best of both worlds, best compromise. But no, I don't want comic. Okay, yeah. I mean that's. I think it's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen. It just feels like something's gonna happen. You have like this whole story that you could finish somewhere, and I think it's going to end up somewhere. I just really think that's going to end up somewhere. Patrick Swayze as Arthur. Okay. So I was trying to think who could you fucking nailed it. You fucking nailed it. Now all I could see, somebody Photoshop Patrick Swayze in Point Break with that fucking blonde mullet that he had. Somebody put an Aquaman costume on that man and send it to me. Do that, because now I'm like, oh, the perfect. You just nailed it, man. You just freaking nailed it. Holy shit. You just nailed it. Yeah, Liam Neeson. Yeah, you just that was perfect. Perfect right there. Perfect. Patrick Swayze wasn't a tall gentleman though, but Brad Pitt, I don't know. Now I can't get that image. I'm thinking of Brody from Point Break with that big ass mullet right there. I don't know. We'll ask the panel when they get in here, huh? See what they think. All right, let's go ahead and start bringing some of these peeps in. Yeah. What's going on, Chris?
All right, do I sound froggish?
No, you are good now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything's back. Yeah, if you guys remember last week, Chris was having some technical issues, and then he tried to use his AirPods, right? You were trying to use?
Yeah, AirPods, iPad. Yeah, that
and
failed.
And then you sounded like a bullfrog every now and again.
Just channeling the Budweiser frogs,
Exactly. God, I got to get that shirt. The black and silver.
I credit Ben. I saw him. I mean, I don't make this look as good as him because he's the best looking guy out there, right?
He's not here. You don't have to kiss his ass.
That's true. You're right.
How you doing this evening?
I'm probably just as tired as you are. It was a very long week. We
I don't
were
know what
comparing notes on sleep.
Yeah, I don't know what it was this week, but I don't know. It wasn't like there was a full moon. I don't know. We had a weird because there's like a tropical storm off the coast of California in between us and Hawaii. So we got some monsoon type weather. Okay, this is what sucked, man. So, I mean, I wake up yesterday. And it's early, of course. I'm hearing the rain. It's like freaking 3:00 in the morning. I'm like, damn it. And then, but luckily I fall back to sleep. So I hear the rain. I'm like, oh yeah, I heard we were supposed to get rain today. Then I wake up and I see, it's cloudy. And I see like there was, it did rain. And then it didn't really rain for the morning into the afternoon, like the sun was coming out. There was just kind of just clouds passing through, and I'm going, okay, maybe like it's over, but it's humid. It's humid, and it sucks because you guys get humidity. Yeah, you guys get that freaking sweltering. Like, I mean, you might as well look at your weather app and they just show a pair of sweaty balls.
It's one of those things where it says hot enough for you. Nah, I like the sweat coming down every orifice that I have and those that I didn't know I had.
Exactly. I mean, it's bad. Bad over there. But so it's been humid here, and of course, I go to the movie. I go to the movies. I'm meeting my dad. So I'm driving about a half an hour, to the movie theater that we always go to. And I'm driving on the freeway and I'm seeing the clouds in the distance and they are dark. And I'm going, and I'm in shorts and a t-shirt and I got my Skechers on that are, very airy. And as I get off the freeway to the where the movie theater is, it starts pouring rain. And I'm going, you got to be kidding me. So then I'm pulling into the parking lot. It is pouring. And I'm going, shit, I didn't wear any. And I had to get out of my car and just run to the movie theater. And yeah, of course, my socks the whole night wet. So I'm in the movie just with wet socks. And then we go to dinner afterwards, wet socks. And I'm just like, I cannot wait to get home and take off these wet socks. So I had wet socks on for about, I don't know, 3.5 hours. That's fun. Yeah, it was. And then it was funny too, because, it's all muggy outside. My shirt, is soaked right here. You walk into that movie theater and, they're pumping that AC. Whew, man, it felt like a 40-degree change in temperature. I'm like, walked and my dad was like, you're cold, huh? I'm like, fuck, that was kind of a shock. My dad was prepared. He wore jeans. He had his jacket. He was like, oh yeah, I saw that it was raining where I was because he comes down the hill and he's like, oh yeah, it was raining up there. So I'm like, yeah, you prepared. I did not.
Thanks, Dad.
Yeah, I
a
know.
little warning.
Well, that's the thing. It's like it just wasn't here where I was. I thought, okay, I don't think we're gonna get more of this. But then I get on that freeway heading west, and I'm just looking at a cloud that would make Bill Paxton's character in Twister go, oh my god.
I want to
go green.
Yeah, exactly. There's a cow and many other things.
Yes, it was just like it was crazy. But see, it's funny because over where you guys are, you guys have storms and they last. California, they don't last. Our system, we'll get like a good storm and it'll last for about 15, 20 minutes. It doesn't last too long. But what was cool though, when I was driving home, like the storm had gone east. So when I'm driving, I'm seeing I was getting like a little light show, like flickers of lightning in the distance. It was kind of cool. And I was hoping that it was going to be over my house, but it was way, way further east. And I was like, damn it. But yeah, it was kind of cool because you don't see that often. I'm like sitting there, I'm just seeing like every 6 seconds, just little flickers in the distance. And I'm like, that's pretty sweet. So I like a good lightning storm. It's great. And we got Phil. What's happening?
You like a good lightning storm, huh?
Did you get it?
I mean, I just beat a game that involved dodging 200 lightning bolts. So
okay, is that what it was? I thought maybe you were talking about you got it up there north.
Oh, you know what? Actually, funny enough, like this morning, it was wet, and I went out to get some really cheap, nice-looking shoes for interview purposes.
Yeah,
Goodwill, and then the entire drive, it started kind of coming down a little bit, and I mean, it wasn't. I mean, technically, you could call it like the first rain of the fall or whatever. If it's, I don't even think it's
not even really fall yet. I mean, we're only a couple of weeks. Where is it this weekend?
I think it might be this weekend.
Yeah, it's always like in the 20. Yeah. When I know we don't even know when is fall. I'm just typing in it right now. Oh yeah, it's Monday.
Is it? Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You're
not here,
right?
Not here.
Oh, I know it doesn't. Oh, not here either. We had 100-degree weather this whole week, and we're still going to be in the 90s next week. So.
Yep. And then like I drove there. I drove to Goodwill, and like it was genuinely kind of cool. And then on my drive back, I got out of Goodwill, and it started warming up, and I'm just like, I fucking hate it here sometimes.
Well, our AC went down on our main floor, and so thankfully got someone out and fixed it today. But my wife works out of the house, and yeah, she wasn't happy for that whole day that it wasn't working.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah, but it's all working now, so nothing like breaking towards the end of the season. At least it lasted throughout the rest of it.
That's true.
Good. Yeah. Oh man, I know when we first moved into this house, the AC was shit, especially because I've always said like my room's the hottest room right here. Man, I was going shit. Tell me that there's like an easy fix and everything. Luckily enough, when the AC guy came in, it's like, oh yeah, it's just a fuse. It's not working. I'm like, okay, cool. And then when it kicked on, I was like, oh, it's still warm in here. I still got 2 fans on me, even with the AC on. But man, I would not have been able to survive in this room. I would have had to get like 2 more of these freaking fans that I got right here. And I mean, seriously, like the every stream, you would have just I would have had a fan like right here, a small fan, just like, sitting in an ice bath the whole time. That's how bad it was, man, at first. But anyways, thank you, gentlemen, for joining. I'm sure some other peeps will be joining as well. Yeah. I still have to, I found a drop for you, Chris. I just haven't implemented yet. Phil, I'm still looking for a drop for you. Give me some time.
We're going to have to like give him a reminder message of every time.
I know.
Okay, so you know what the drop is then. Okay.
Okay. He's one step in the right direction,
Yeah. He's
like I said,
in front of the other.
Yeah, it was just like a long week, and I was like, oh crap.
I heard you're going to be on a show, or you're going to be recording something tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'll be on a stream tomorrow. Taladia Plays.
Yep,
he's out there. He's out there. Are you going to be on that? No,
I don't think so.
Yeah, because it's has to do with Peacemaker.
Phil's must-watch show of the week.
Yeah.
No.
But I'm gonna be tomorrow 3 p.m. my time, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Taladia Plays, who is out there. He's been on when I've done my Saturday vodka streams, and he asked me to be part of his stream when it comes to talking about Peacemaker, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll do it, man. So should be fun. So check that out. I'll post it on Twitter and everything when that happens. Should be fun. But yeah, that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. But there he is. There he is right there. All right. Yep. So good times. But I don't know. Before you guys came on, somebody asked about if Nicolas Cage and Michael Keaton, if they were the Batman and Superman of that era, who would be Arthur Curry? And then when somebody said Patrick Swayze, I kind of went, all right. I was like,
that kind of blew anything else out of the water there.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I was kind of thinking, I was like, who was like in the 90s that could have did that? And then immediately when someone said Patrick Swayze, I just visualized him in Point Break. I'm like, yep.
Someone could have been funny and said Kevin Costner in Waterworld.
Yeah, because
I like Swayze more personally. But like, thinking about
I get that.
Like if I had to pick someone who wasn't Swayze,
Yeah, and I love
Costner doesn't scream. I mean, he's got the brooding. If we want to go that route, which would fit for the time.
Yeah. It could work, but I mean, like, I love Waterworld. I don't like that movie. I know that movie bombed big time, mainly because of production budgets and stuff, and their sets got destroyed by a tropical storm. But man, that movie's great. That movie's fantastic. I when I was a kid, I watched that so many damn times, and I remember going to Universal Studios and watching the stunt show. And apparently that's going away now after so many years. They're actually probably going to get rid of it now. I read something like a couple of weeks ago that they're probably going to get rid of it. Yeah, it's time. Ooh, Val Kilmer. Somebody said Val Kilmer.
Ooh, yeah, that actually wouldn't be bad either.
Wow.
Jeez. Gilmer again he's killing it right now. He is killing it with his 90s fan cast. And I'm going, because I'm trying to think of blondes. I'm trying to think of blondes in the 90s, and I'm just like, my brain is mush, so I can't really, it's not processing. But yeah, you're killing it right now, Gilmer, so good on you. And then it makes you wonder too, like, who would be Wonder Woman? What actress would be Wonder Woman? Who was Julia Roberts? Nah.
Angelina Jolie.
Yeah.
It would probably been like
the obvious choice, right?
Yeah. And to get hot off to
If
murder.
we're thinking about like, I mean, I guess mid 90s, she kind of that's when she
Yeah.
started showing up, right?
Yeah.
Trying to think of like,
well, yeah, there's there's
Yeah.
Angelina Jolie. There's a lot of strong women that could take that role. I think. I guess it depends on like what is your idea of Wonder Woman in the 90s, though.
True. Someone said Carrie Elway is also as Aquaman.
Yeah.
That could work. Uma Thurman as Wonder Woman. I could see it. She's tall, you know.
Maybe Giganta more than Wonder Woman. But.
Yeah. No, there you go. So, but you want to get somebody who has maybe like a darker complex, you know, the actual, you know, and she's just got the blonde thing. I don't know. Somebody said Ashley Judd. But I was just saying, like, if you're gonna cast a Wonder Woman, casting a blonde woman and then dyeing her hair black or dark, I don't know. I don't like that idea so much. No. But yeah, Gina Davis.
That'd be interesting.
I don't hate that.
I don't hate that either. Actually,
I don't hate that. I actually really like that.
She's also a tall woman too, so
that's actually fairly inspired. I actually really like that.
She could command a room.
Yeah, she could. And then, of course, people are saying Lucy Lawless. That's too on the nose. You know,
but let's also be fair. That's
really good.
If you think along the lines of like,
Zack
Snyder,
it's
then
casting, but it's way on the nose after Xena Warrior Princess.
Right.
You don't have to sell that too hard, you know.
Well, because then at that point in the 90s, you're kind of, you know, people would then be like, well, is Kevin Sorbo going to be Steve Trevor? And it's like, no.
No, he's gonna be Ares.
You know what?
I'm done. Yeah.
You know what? Yeah.
That would work.
That.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I agree with Mr. Droga out there. I would keep John Wesley Shipp as the Flash. I think that would be
I think you kind of have to. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, do what other people didn't in this era, you know.
Yeah, and I love his Flash costume. His Flash costume pops, man.
Yeah.
It really with the padding actually works for that. You know,
it really does. I mean, if you want to talk about a superhero costume that looks like it's ripped out of the freaking. I mean, he of course he has a good build. He was a built dude.
Yeah,
of course. But the padding looks. It almost doesn't look fake just because of the fabric of the costume. And I don't know. And then of course, when you have the emblem and the belt, the lightning little belt, it pops out, looks 3D-ish. I don't know. There's something about that costume. And then of course, when you have the little, whatchamacallits on the side of his cowl, it all just looks really good. I don't know. I just really love that. That's still my favorite Flash costume. Not gonna lie. And of all of them. Yeah. Who else we got? We got Green Lantern. Someone said Dennis Quaid is Green Lantern. I'm like, that's not a bad idea.
Yeah. Also, to be fair, like what Green Lantern do you want?
Yeah. Somebody joked and said Will Smith. It's Jon Stewart. But obviously,
I don't hate that.
I don't hate it either.
That's
you got Denzel though. You got Denzel.
How about Kurt Russell
as Hal?
Hal Jordan.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah, Kurt Russell's Hal. Yeah, and then but I was thinking like, there's also obviously Denzel's up there when it comes to that. Maybe Eddie Murphy. I'm just kidding.
Can we cast Michael Chiklis as Damn it. Kilowog. There we go.
Oh, I was about to say. Yeah.
Think about that. Michael Chiklis is Kilowog.
How about
booming voice?
I don't know if I'd want to see him in the bold cut, but Dennis Leary could be a good Guy Gardner.
Dennis Leary.
I can buy that.
Wow. I'm trying to imagine him in a bowl cut. Yeah, that would be the way that he rants off about everything. Yeah, and just like shoots his mouth off.
Pre-Captain Stacy days. Yeah, I could see that happening. Yeah, wow.
And then of course, who would be Hawk? Who would be Hawkman? Or what did I say? My brain's
Hawkman. You
said Hawkman. Yeah, Hawkman, Hawk Girl. Who would be them?
Hawks.
So if it's the 90s. And we're, of an age where we know the Justice League TV show. I'm assuming you're referring to the likes of Shayera.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I actually wouldn't hate it. Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah. Interesting choice. Yeah. Okay.
Only because I would love to see the betrayal, only if they adapt the star-crossed finale.
Oh,
where they have Thanagar invade and
Yeah.
she betrays the Justice League. I want to see Jennifer Aniston do that. That's what I want to see.
Okay.
But only that. If it's anything else, well, that's up to the interpretation of whoever writes it, I guess. But if it was me, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
You know.
That's you know, and then of course other people are putting like Catherine Zeta-Jones, Selma Hayek, Jennifer Lopez. Yeah, some people are, and then that's a good one. Lawrence Fishburne as Martian Manhunter. That's a good one. That's definitely a good one right there. Yeah, I think that'd be great. Yeah, James Avery got Perry White energy. Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah, they were because then you got to think about the side characters. If you had wow, James Avery, Uncle Phil as Perry White. Yeah, I could totally see that. Especially with the having Fishburne and what's his name, the new Perry White.
Be on the nose, but maybe Russell Crowe.
Yeah, that's a good one. Bruce Campbell is Hal Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Rocketeer.
let's also cornerstone all of this right now.
Okay.
Billy Zane as Lex Luthor.
Oh yeah. That was always. Anytime that you look at the Batman the Animated Series Lex Luthor, you think that live action version is Billy Zane.
100%.
100%.
Let's just go ahead and lay that right on the table right now. Billy Zane is Lex Luthor in all of this.
Oh yeah,
this fantasy 90s DC universe.
God, he would have been such a good Lex Luthor.
Yeah,
too.
I know.
Holy shit, he would have been such a good Lex Luthor. Man, and I'm kind of wondering. And you better believe he was probably considered when they were making that Superman Lives movie in pre-production.
I am genuinely kind of shocked in all the time before Man of Steel, but after Superman Lives and all the attempts to get to Superman Returns, and even after that, before Man of Steel, like not once was Billy Zane ever like auditioned. Was he ever considered? Robert Downey Jr. was at one point for Lex Luthor.
Yeah, I remember seeing about that. Yeah,
but Billy Zane, he's right there. It's like,
Billy Zane just seems perfect, and I'm like, if anybody wants to see him as a fucking crazy villain, like watch Demon Knight, Tales from the Crypt, Demon Knight.
Yep,
that movie. He's funny in it. He's charming in it, and he's a fucking it's Demon Knight. He plays a demon, but he's in his own form. That's one of those movies where that's one of those horror movies where obviously it takes place in one spot, obviously in this hotel out in the middle of nowhere, and then of course there's a bunch of things. But I mean, it's one of those a bunch of strangers are together and they're trying to fight off outside forces. It's that type of movie, but it just works, and Billy Zane is what makes that work. Droga said Christopher Walken as Brainiac.
Christopher Walken.
Kal-El, come on, Kal-El.
Well, Christopher Walken actually was supposed to be Brainiac,
wasn't he? Yeah, that's right. They have concept art.
Yeah, they have concept art of him as Brainiac.
I totally forgot about that. That's right.
Because he would have went from being Shrek in Returns to Brainiac in Superman Lives.
Oh man, that's as much as you love Christopher Walken. I mean, he is a bit one-noted.
I love Tim Burton. I love what he did with Batman for a lot of different reasons, even though that's not quite my favorite version of Batman anymore because it got usurped. But I think about what he was going to do with Superman, and I'm like, yeah, this would have been something different. And then I look at his Brainiac stuff, and I'm like, I'm not sure how I would have felt about that.
The Brainiac stuff would have been creepy as all hell.
It would have been wild. It very much like gave Mars Attacks vibes a little bit. Very, kind of creepy. Stop motion.
Because he had the head with the spider legs, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Concept art. God, Christopher Walken is that, man. That would have been that would have been
a trip.
But at the same time, it's such a trip that Nicolas Cage it would be Superman. I mean, you got you got two actors who have very distinct, crazy styles, and they have a certain cadence to both of their voices.
Uh-huh.
playing these iconic, playing like, these like, iconic characters essentially. But it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know if that would, somewhere in some multiverse that exists, and I want to watch that movie because I always said it either would have been like a huge hit or a pleasurable disaster.
I think if they would have followed through with that, number one, you don't run into the fucking budget problem with Superman Returns that ran into when it was profitable, but since it had lumped in our budget from Superman Lives, it technically isn't, right? You don't run into that.
Yeah.
I think you get at Tim Burton probably at his peak in the late 90s. So this would have came out in like 97, 98, 99, somewhere in there, I think.
Yeah.
And I think it would have been good. I'm not sure about like massive hit, but I definitely think that Nicolas Cage fans would have showed up for it. I think Superman fans would have showed up for it. I think, our friend Ray, he always talks about how, it's kind of unfair that, Henry Cavill got a lot of comparison and flack. Christopher Reeve, and I feel like had Nicolas Cage got a shot, we would have something else, another totem or pillar of Superman actors to look at and be like, well, that one's different from this one for this reason. Like it would have added another, aisle of conversation to the overall Superman conversation. And it's just kind of a shame it just never went through. And it's kind of jarring to me that, Warner Brothers continuously banks on Batman despite one cinematic failure.
Yeah.
Quote, right? Batman and Robin. And yet they kind of like kick the can when it comes to Superman every now and again. But now with James Gunn in charge, he seems pretty intent on like, oh, no. I'm doing Superman and I'm going to do a fucking Superman trilogy, if not more.
Yeah.
Which, I'm not a fan of the movie, but I can admire and respect the craft and what he's doing with the character. Because at the very least, he's keeping the character alive, which is something the studio fucking floundered at for 40 years.
I mean, we should have had at least 2 other Henry Cavill fucking Superman movies.
I thought of a good one for Martian Manhunter.
Who?
Oh, go for it.
Billy D.
Ooh,
okay.
Billy D. Interesting. Oh, yeah, hear that?
Okay. So yeah, I can get behind that only because like if we're gonna have Christopher Walken in theory, be in Returns and then in Superman Lives, because if Nicolas Cage is Superman, you kind of have to cross pollinate there. So I guess Billy D. Williams could work as, if he's Harvey Dent.
Okay, so you bring up an interesting point when we're talking about like actors who have their very distinct voices and everything, and where you can actually people can bust out pretty good impressions of the. I mean, if you're gonna follow, even like Michael Keaton, he's not obviously if the internet existed back then when he got cast, the internet would have exploded. And even so, like when you go back to those news reports, fans were writing to the studio, "Are you kidding me? You're gonna cast that?" And it was like,
Mr. Mom.
You're like, "Oh, this is ridiculous." But it's so funny because it's like, that they originally wanted Bill Murray. I'm like, that would have been even worse. But then Keaton fucking nailed it. Keaton added so much to the character. He's one of the strangest Batman. He's one for sure. Well, he's the one that created the Batman voice.
Yeah.
When I was doing when I did my research on the whole and I was doing the facts video on Batman 89, he's the one that came up with if he's going to be doing this, he's going to have to lower his voice. Like he came up with it. That wasn't Tim Burton. Tim Burton didn't come up with that because again, originally, and even the studio didn't come up with that because again, they were still kind of wanting to do the Adam West and keep it kind of light. But then of course you get Tim Burton. Tim Burton.
I was about to say, that's the right director for that.
And then, I mean, that's the thing is, Burton. And that's why when you watch Batman, and we said it so many times, when you watch Batman 89, then you watch Batman Returns, the studio just went, all right, this was a massive hit. Good job, Tim. You could do whatever you want for Batman Returns. And he did.
Yes, he did. And it was great.
He did.
Fucking love that movie, man.
You know what? I don't hate. I never say I just like Batman Forever just more because there's just something about Batman Forever.
Sure.
But at the same time, every Christmas I'm watching Batman Returns. It's got some great shit in it, but it is so Tim Burton. It is. I mean, you could see that they were like, okay, so you do whatever you want now. You got us a bunch of money. But then all of a sudden they pivoted and they went, what the fuck? The Penguin bites some dude's nose off?
again,
what are you doing?
Be careful. You gave him carte blanche. Not saying he didn't deserve it.
Yeah.
But what did you think was going to happen? Come on.
And then they're we can't sell toys.
I mean, hey, jump forward, 20-ish, 30 years. What does Warner Brothers do after Man of Steel? Who do we get to fight Superman next? And what does Zack Snyder say? Batman.
Yeah.
You had people online. Wow, why? Yeah. Right? And it's just like Warner Brothers, what did they do? Yeah. The Man of Steel, it was good. Do whatever you want with but
it could be better.
Superman.
It could be better.
Right? And well, it's kind of a rinse repeat to varying degrees, depending on how you look at it. But the parallels are there. But it's just interesting to me that Batman's always just the deciding factor in a lot of things.
It kind of seems like it is, and so it's funny because, with the recent things that recent interview that just came out today with James Gunn.
Yeah,
it's interesting because, obviously, thank you, Matt Reeves, for finally I think the biggest thing when it came to the whole discourse about his Batman merging to the DCU, Robert Pattinson and stuff like that, how the reason why it just kept on going is because, even though James Gunn said no, there's just people that just go that just don't take James Gunn at his word. They needed to hear it from Matt Reeves. They were going to take his word. And then finally, God damn it. Thank you, Josh Horowitz. Fuck. This is why we love Josh Horowitz. Josh Horowitz knows the questions to ask. That's the thing. That's why he is where he is.
You mean he's good at his job?
He's good at his job. He's not just asking stupid question how is it calling Leonardo daddy? Sorry.
He also really just approaches it from just a really humble way. Like I just watched his Happy, Sad, Confused episode with Jason Bateman.
Yeah.
And he doesn't approach these people like a fan. He doesn't approach these people, like a fucking reporter. He approaches them just like a genuine person in the entertainment industry who's just like, hey man, what is your day-to-day like? And he, like, to your point, like he asks the right kinds of questions. But when it comes to, the popular stuff that all us nerds love, specifically when it comes to James Gunn, Kevin Feige, or someone working on a Marvel movie or whatever, but in this case, James Gunn, he's not afraid to just be like, yo man, what's the word with Batman? Are you gonna have Rob Pattinson play Batman in the DC? He's just very honest and upfront about it. And it's not like James Gunn's gonna be like, I don't know what I should tell. They're cordial with each other. So of course, it's gonna be it's I don't know what people were expecting. It's not surprising that people wouldn't take James Gunn at his word because there's a perception about him.
Yeah, I get it. There's he talks a lot online, and then he has to backtrack things too. He finds himself sometimes, doing that, which is just don't talk too early, James, because if things change, guess what's gonna happen?
That's right.
But what can you do? But going back to Josh Horowitz, it's Josh Horowitz. He does a good job of being a fan and a journalist and an interviewer.
Yeah.
I think he has a good balance. He knows the questions that fans have out there, and because he's not just asking because, this is what people are saying on Twitter. No, he wants to know too. So it sounds genuine when he asks these questions and has these conversations. That's why, anytime that, he's interviewing one of these guys, I'm like, we're going to get some good shit. We're going to get some good shit. I don't know how many times I've brought up one of his interviews on Film Junkie Live, and then I post on a clip, and I always make sure it's from his podcast, source, Josh Horowitz, Happy, Sad, Confused, fucking watch that. But
a good laugh. I'll give you a good laugh. Okay. Josh Horowitz is everything the Hot Mic Show wishes it was.
Probably, yes.
But even with, you think about it, too, people say, I could do that. I could do that. It's can't you really? Especially when you get to people like Brandon Davis, for example, when you have to do the 5-minute in and outs. He's talked about how in the beginning, how, that may be resulting in 2 or 3 questions, or certain actors, he's called out Vin Diesel, you get one question and Vin just goes off. You're lucky at that point. But sometimes those 5-minute ones, that's all you get, and you've got to develop your craft and how to do it. Another good interviewer I was like watching is Kevin McCarthy. He's pretty good, especially if you want to get into the craft of movie making.
No, there's some of that. There's some good eggs out there. Who's the other guy from comic book that I can't remember his name, but Brandon Davis is good. I mean, they're all great, and I've talked to Brandon too, and I even asked him like, what is your always? What I like about Brandon is, I mean, look at that recent interview you did with Robert Patrick, and he gave him like the T-1000 hot toys. Yeah, and I'm like, see, it's shit like that. It's shit like that he got the hookup, he got the thing, and he goes, "That's yours." And he's like, gave it to Robert Pattinson or Pat. I see, it's so close. They're too close. Those names are too close. So when I say Robert Patrick, I end up slipping and say Robert Pattinson. But no, that's the kind of shit that I like when it comes to and I even thought about like if I were to get in that space where I would get those opportunities to do that. I mean, I've done the press junket thing. I didn't like it. I will say though that, like when I did the Zoom one for Mortal Kombat and I interviewed the actor and actress that played Kano and Sonya, I had to ask, I was like, I did ask what's his name who played Kano. I was like, how does it feel to be the douchebag of the Mortal Kombat universe? And it was like, he laughed. She like her face was like, did he just ask that? I'm like, all right, that's the kind of shit that I want. I wanted to be different, and there you go. I got that reaction. But it was funny because I got sent like the video, and her face, like I got the zoom in on her face, and she was like, what the hell? And I'm like, but he laughed. That's all that mattered. But I mean, you have such a limited time. I didn't like that. That's why I'm like, let's do a long form kind of thing. But some of the guys are killing him with that. And again, it is a certain kind of talent to interview somebody,
Well, you also have to be respectful to, some people want to do gotcha stuff, and you can be that kind of person, but people aren't going to want to talk to you. You can do like Horowitz. It will go back to him is like there to the point of where he gets people to talk about some not necessarily pleasant topics and things like that, but you have to earn that and you have to get that respect. If you just always want to be the gotcha and the shock one, like people, they're just not going to come calling, and then you're going to be in the back line and shouting at the void,
Yep. No, and then when you get those clips of like just the weirdest fucking questions asked, like we got a couple of those, like we got a couple of those with when it came to Fantastic Four. I don't know. When you see those like awkward, yeah. I mean, but I get it. And there's a nervousness that's involved too, and again, these actors are they're going through like 100 of these during the press, during press, they're getting interviewed like crazy, and these guys are just coming in. So you're trying to, and then there's times where it could go bad because even the actor is getting a little like, geez. So then they, we're talking to you, Anthony Mackie. No, but you just get like this, they're constantly having to do this, and that's what I just kind of go, man, that's gotta suck. I mean, that's why I like the more long form, and if you got to come on and you're like, because there's only so much you can get to know about, something in 6 minutes. I mean, It's just too short. It's too short. You do a long form thing, and that's when you get to like when you get these podcasts and you get these actors going on, the bigger your Rogans or your these big podcasts where they're talking for 3 hours, you're getting the real person in that, maybe not at first, maybe not the first hour, because it's the first hour, but man, after that first hour, you're getting that real person. You're really getting, now it's just a conversation. You're getting that real person. So, it's just that it's just cool when in that, that's what's been happening in the past, like couple of years is now you're getting these actors and directors going on. I mean, fuck, when Robert Rodriguez went on Rogan, God damn, I watched that. I felt inspired. I was like, I want to make a fucking movie right now. I'm like, I want to write something. Just because he was just the way that he talked. He talked about his process. He talked about just what he does and everything. And his love of film, his love of just creating art, even with music. Because obviously we know that he writes his music for his movies and stuff. And I'm just like the enthusiasm and just the way, I mean, it just, man, that's why I like the more long form as opposed to just like, so what was your idea when casting, and just when they ask like these certain questions, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. Uh-oh, we got Travis Snell.
Jeez, no drop, no.
I know I didn't do a drop.
I didn't do a drop for anyone.
Yeah, I'm lazy. I need to find like a specific drop for you, Travis.
I've always said I just want the Ryan Gosling goddamn it one from the press tour of Nice Guys. I think that's good.
You know what? That is a good drop.
I like the yell. I think that's what most of the audience feels when they see me every couple months, So
Don't I have that one? I think I have that one.
You used to at some point. Yeah. I don't know if it's there because StreamYard has that 100 limit of stuff. So you might have tossed it and
maybe
stuff.
Maybe it got tossed because it got too crowded.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but I did have it at one point.
That's okay. Okay. How you guys doing this Friday night?
Good one.
Oh, living.
Yeah, it's not there. No, it's gone. I think I got rid of it. Damn it. That was a good one.
Damn it.
Yeah, God damn it. I know. Seriously. But that's the thing is like when I'm looking and like, I mean, it's so funny, like the ones that I do have, and I'm like, why do I even still have some of these?
Yeah, but then sometimes they pop up, right? When it's like, like good thing you had that Ray one, because Ray had been dead for many years, and he came back. But
and I'm like,
Travis killed him and brought him back.
Like I kept this
black magic out there.
All right, how's it going, Travis?
It's going good. It's Friday, so that's a good thing. Not much is happening. Really, I think in the life, getting ready because October gonna be busy. Lots of movies coming out, lots of shows. Because even though Alien's ending next week, like Peacemaker's still going. Gen V just started. That show starting.
Gen V just started.
And then the next few weeks is like one battle after another. Smashing Machine. So there's another thing. Like it's right now. It's like the calm before the storm. But like I think. Absolutely, Tron. Yeah, I just listened to the whole album last night. That was some good stuff.
That's right. It just got released.
It dropped at midnight last night.
Yeah, I gotta listen to that.
It's really good. I'm looking for. I'm just happy I got the album. The movie, we'll see, because I've not seen much of the director's work other than that last Pirates movie, which I was not a fan of. So it's not that encouraging. So, but and
when was that? Dead Men Tell No Tales.
Dead Men Tell No Tales. Yeah, and I got to watch Jared Leto brood for 2 hours, but Greta Lee's in there, so I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I know. Like
the good with the bad, right?
It gets to a point where I mean I get it. Jared Leto's like a talent, but I don't know. There's sometimes where I just go, and when he's in this movie, I'm like, all right, cool.
I guess for me, it's like, so I'm not like a big fan of Jared Leto as an actor. I think he's like 50-50. I think he can be great, and then I think he's pretty poor as a person. Don't like him for multiple things, but from a Disney thing, I'm always surprised.
What, the cult thing? What are we talking about here?
Well, that and all like the just feels like every 2 years something comes out. It's like, this is,
and then great. And then they sweep it on the rug. Oh, we're good.
Yeah,
we're
and even the method acting stuff. Like, remember Morbius? Like they said, he took like an hour in between one take because he had to pee. But he wanted to do his Michael Morbius where he would crutch over there and the whole set. But apart from that, like him as a leading man has multiple movies that have underperformed. So I'm just surprised that Disney's been like, I'm fine with him in the movie. I'm just surprised he's the lead. I just wonder what that pitch was to think, this will be successful. And I don't know if that movie will be successful. Who knows this year when you got like Demon Slayer last week and Conjuring having the third biggest horror opening of all time. Like, I don't know anymore. It's a crapshoot sometimes when it comes to box office.
What's interesting though is the NFL. They are pushing. They're pushing every time I watch a football game, I see that the commercial for Tron Ares.
Oh, Ares, okay.
How do you watch your football?
Huh? How do I watch it?
How do you watch it?
Well, just regular, like on TV or whatever, or
like, okay, let me be more specific, like ABC,
ESPN. I beam it into my brain. No,
ABC, ESPN, I'm assuming.
Multiple, NBC. Okay. Yeah.
If that's the case, then Disney likely bought a bunch of airtime.
ABC, of course. ESPN,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
I didn't. But I feel like I've also seen it when it's on Sunday Night Football on NBC.
It's just
you do bring up a good point. I did not even think about that. So especially if it's on ESPN, but I feel like it's all over the NFL. Though, like I remember when I went to like opening week, we went to a bar and multiple TVs, and I just kept seeing it. and this is on CBS and
is that the right audience for that movie?
No,
I don't think so.
That's the question, right? Like what is the audience for a Tron movie in a franchise that notoriously just doesn't do well?
Yeah.
They're all
but you got to try. You got to try.
Yeah.
You got to try. But you know what's funny?
Absolutely.
It's funny because I think it was Thursday Night Football, the first game of the season, and my buddy, one of my really good buddies, who he texts me, he goes, "There's a new Tron movie coming out." And so this is not the funny part, because I was like,
"Oh, you're hilarious."
Yeah, no, right. It's not the funny part.
Tron.
Yeah, but it was like I was like, because he liked the original movie, and so I was like, oh yeah, I got to get us tickets, assuming that he knew about this Tron movie because his wife is the biggest Jared Leto fan.
Oh,
and then he had no idea, and I'm like, wait a minute. Candace didn't tell you about this movie?
She wanted to have her moment.
Her set pictures. I was texting her texting her set pictures. I got to say that right. Jesus Christ. That sounded really bad.
Yeah, wow.
David's
you're gonna have to clip that.
Dave's decade-year friendship ends due to the sound clip.
No.
I was texting her.
Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ. Texting her set pictures.
Pronunciation.
Yes, I know. Fuck, I'm telling you, it was that kind of week. My brain is just mush. But yeah, I was like, how did you not know? Like, your wife is like the biggest Jared Leto fan. You didn't know about this movie? It was just so funny, but he didn't find out until he watched football. And then naturally, like, oh yeah, we're all gonna go. He was like, I want to see that. So yeah, I mean, there are gonna be peppered into that. Of course, yeah. There's gonna be some people that go, wait. I watched that original Tron movie. There's going to be people that don't even know that the Tron Legacy existed, but they knew that original movie existed.
Heck, try to have the people to figure out who the bad guy in the first Tron movie is. You really want to stump them.
Oh, fucking A, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they're just lucky that because nothing really comes out with it, and then the weekend after is Black Phone 2, which I'm excited for.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait to see that.
They're just lucky that Swift movie is only going to be 3 days, and it's the week before. Because I didn't even think about that. One of my patrons mentioned that to me today because I forgot that it's coming out the same day as Smashing Machine now. And I'm sure The Rock is like, fuck. Because that's gonna like just. I know they're different audiences, but still you have a lot of people that'll just stay away from theaters because that's gonna be a busy, hectic weekend because all those are gonna sell out and make a bunch of money and stuff. So,
but Black Phone 2 is funny because when I saw him last night, they did that thing where it's like, okay, you show the trailers and then it's like, all right, open the movie, and then all of a sudden it was like R-rated, red band trailer, and it was a Black Phone 2 red band trailer, and I'm like, holy shit! So it was like
hard.
Huh?
That trailer ripped so hard,
dude.
I got it in front of The Long Walk.
Oh yeah. Okay, I didn't see this new red band trailer, and I was like, "Holy shit!"
When she's like spinning out of the telephone,
you're like, it's just a little bloodier and stuff like. But I mean, it's very much this one's going to be kind of like a Freddy Krueger type of.
They've completely ripped, and I'm fine with it because they're not like I don't know what the hell's going on with Freddy, but it's completely just Freddy Krueger. Like you could put a Freddy aesthetic there. It's kids. They're trying to figure out a mystery. They got a camp like Friday.
They go to a camp.
It's and that's fine because like.
I know what you're talking about, Travis. It's a completely new and innovative idea with a horror movie. Come on.
Dying in their dreams, they die in real life. It's like, all right, but that's fine.
Oh,
sure.
Boo hiss. Scott Derrickson knows what he's doing.
Dude, Scott Derrickson's great. Yeah.
Scott Derrickson's a fucking man. That dude knows what's up. Doctor Strange is one of the best Marvel Cinematic Universe films ever made. End of conversation.
Oh yeah. Totally.
It's all right.
It's all right.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I like Derrickson's hit or miss for me as well. I love Sinister. Sinister is my jam. I like Doctor Strange. Black Phone, the first one kind of disappointed me. I actually like The Gorge though that he did this year, that Apple Plus movie.
Gorge was pretty good.
Yeah, I like that. So he's more a hit, I guess. So
The Gorge, like but again, trying to stick the landing, trying to stick the ending, that's the difficult part. And a lot of people, I remember seeing a lot of reviews going, yeah, but once they, because eventually, I mean, no matter, it's not even a spoiler. Eventually, they're going to go into the gorge. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
You,
it's a very questionable CGI in the gorge as well.
Yeah, it gets a little. Okay, cool.
You're in a video game for like 25 minutes, and there's like, but I
of all companies that have bad
CGI,
really, Apple, come on, man, spend
that little bit. Look better, yeah.
But the rest of the movie is really good. I mean, just like the relationship that develops between the two characters and how they end up visiting each other and doing. I mean, that part is like, and that's the thing. It's like the mystery of the two characters. That's the more intriguing part. Once they actually have to go into the gorge, then it's just like, all right, yeah, like you said, it just turns into a video game at that point, But it's just that's the hard part to do when you have, because you're selling it and the hook is, God damn, what's in the gorge. Then when you show it, people go, huh, okay. It's like, yeah, that was it. Cool.
Okay, it's funny you mentioned that because that's exactly how I feel about weapons.
A lot of people feel,
that's exactly how I feel about weapons. Is like, okay, why are all these kids missing? Why is that?
Find out.
Why is Benedict Wong fucking doing the thing? Like, why are they running? Like, why is all this happening? And then you find out why, and it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
like, it's one of those things where the mystery is far more intriguing if you go into it not knowing what you know. But
that's the thing, though. It's like it's always that's the hook of these movies. That's why Weapons did so well, because it had such a good hook.
I agree.
It was literally that. I mean, they didn't have to show anything else. They just showed the hook of that, and people were like, "Oh, I got to find out why." And then, of course, when you find out, you go, "Oh." But I thought it was fine. I thought it was like, oh yeah, and then the way that it ended, it would just batshit crazy how it ended. I was like, yeah, I just was laughing. And then in the back of my head, I'm like, people are gonna hate this.
I mean, like this one, as far as Kreger goes, between the two movies, Barbarian and this one is definitely the more humorous one, which based on all the marketing, you would have never gotten that impression at all.
No.
By how kind of like cheekily funny this movie actually is at a certain point.
They marketed that movie so well, and that's why it just blew up. It made so much profit on $36 million budget.
Jordan Peele saw that opening number and just he had a fucking bitch fit again.
Yeah, that sucks, man.
He was mad about missing that one.
Yeah, because it'd be almost not fine, but at least if him came out, and I don't think it's tracking well, and obviously reviewed didn't well.
I've noted that.
But at least if it was a hit, you'd be like, okay, I lost Weapons, but I got my own hit over here, right? But the fact it's the double whammy of him's really disappointing. Jordan Peele's name's plastered everywhere in big font, and then Weapons just was like kind of one of those hits of the summer with like K-pop Demon Hunters, like one of those like movies that no one saw coming, and then boom, just blew up,
Yeah, and when it comes to him, it's like when you watch the trailer, it's trippy, and then you know what you're gonna get. There's not really like a big, I mean, I guess there's a little bit of a hook of like, why is things like this? But I don't know if it's like enough to draw people in. And then when you watch the movie, it's just, you get the huge glorified of like, and like, I will say that until you get to the final act, you go, what the fuck is like, why is this shit happening? And then when you start seeing why, and you kind of go, oh, and then when it starts playing out the way it does, you go, oh, I don't know if he stuck that landing. That would, for me, that's what it was like for him. I thought Weapons, for me, I was like, Zach Kreger, because I know who the guy is. So when I watch his old sketch comedy stuff and all this stuff, I'm like, yeah, this makes sense for Zach Kreger. I didn't know anything about the director of him. But it's not a bad movie, and I really liked it. And Marlon Wayans was a Psycho, which was, entertaining. And like I said, the Tyreek, whatever his name is, Withers or whatever. I think that's Withers. Thank God that he had this movie, because that shitty fucking I Know What You Did Last Summer reboot that he was in was just like horrible as all hell. But he actually does a really good job. But when you find out why things are the way they are, it just kind of goes, I don't know. There's a little too much style over the substance part, which I get it. They're really going for the style. But I mean, how it plays out, I won't say what it is, but I'm just going, yeah, you had something here, but I don't know. You just put too much stylistic shit where you could have just kind of toned down some of that and just kind of led into that final act, to that reveal, and it probably would have been better. It probably would have been better, but who knows? I don't know. It's still not a bad movie. I still would say people watch it, But yeah, and it's you know, when it comes to at least the football part, there's some really like interesting moments that happen in that movie. But we got somebody else joining, and well, you know, sorry guys, I'm gonna have to play the drop.
Ray.
What's up, Ray? I just said that because I still have to figure out drops for these guys. You know,
I see how
you are championed in. You know,
I see how it is. All us white guys don't get any drops.
Why you got to make it about race, Travis?
You guys, you two, Dave and Ray, get drops and cool stuff. I see how it is.
It's what it is, man. It's exactly what it is.
It's the DEI vodka stream.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. Yep. He's gonna be taken off air if he doesn't do it.
What's up, Ray? How's it going?
Okay, so here's my thoughts on him.
Oh, you saw it?
I did see it.
I
saw it today.
Okay.
Because I wasn't certain. You know how we say all the time, don't listen to critics, don't listen to the hell site.
Of course.
Ray is also a football guy, so this kind of makes sense.
Yeah. So I'm kind of really curious about this.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, but you look at the number and you're like, there's still that party that's like, I don't know. And then a coworker of mine was like, Ray, I think you should see it because it sounded like, she said it sounded like a movie that she saw it last night. And she's like, I think that's a movie you would see. And I really want to know what you think about it. I was like, all right, cool. I'll check it out. So I went and saw it after work. I really like it.
Okay.
But I would not recommend it to everybody.
Oh, no.
And, you know, the one of the things that kind of popped in my head watching it was Any Given Sunday. And what I mean by that is there's the subtext in that movie. It's almost like if you're not a football fan. And I mean, when I say football fan, I mean like you follow the NFL. You follow the intricacies, you know all of the little shit and other stuff that unless you know all of that, nah, not for you.
Absolutely. I had a patron say the same thing. She watched it and I think she had like a 7 out of 10, but she's like, I felt like I was missing a lot because I've never watched football a day in my life.
There's stuff in there that I'm almost positive is an allegory. There's one allegory that there's an allegory. First of all, with the main character, especially considering his ethnic background, I think that's clearly an NFL allegory. I think they made him that way on purpose because there's a theme in the movie with respect to the type of athlete that he is. And it's a common theme that we hear all the time now with respect to sports in terms of being the GOAT.
Oh, yeah.
And
you know what's really funny about that? Apparently, because I was kind of looking into this. Apparently, this movie's like starting script's name was GOAT.
It was.
Yes,
and they should have kept that for marketing. I feel like that's a better title than him, in my opinion.
I think the reason they changed it, Travis, is because that lately in the last couple of years is something you like that he is him. Like that's a thing that you're hearing in sports, right? So they modernized it based on like current colloquialisms. I think either title would have worked, but just when they kept reinforcing that and they kept saying that, and I'm like, okay, it's really clear who you're making this kid out to be, and the whole relationship between him and Marlon Wayans. It's like, okay, I get what that is. And I don't know if I'm right on this or not, Dave, but I even think there's an allegory in terms of how his wife looks. I think they styled her to look like someone really famous. And I can't prove it, but the way her hair looked and the way.
Oh, you're talking about Marlon Wayans' character? Yeah.
Well, no, his wife.
Yeah, his wife, the blonde.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Oh, so his wife's blonde. So okay, so
it to blonde, me, white woman, a white woman. Yeah.
So many choices.
There's one.
I think the one particular. Yeah, the one has
one. I know what it is. I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm a casual football fan, so this.
Who's got one of those? Who's got one of those as future wife?
Right. No, but it's just that's so being a football fan, like that was just the alarms went off when I saw certain things, and also in terms of like when you hear stories about owners and agents and franchises and you see the imagery with respect to the team name and stuff, it's just like, okay, I could see people even football fans, I could see them thinking it's heavy-handed and that it's corny and that they're like, okay, we get it. The league is this. Like Any Given Sunday. Any Given Sunday is a movie that I love that movie, but under no circumstances would the NFL ever sanction what's in that movie. Even though there are real NFL players like Lawrence Taylor and Jim Brown in the movie, and the stuff that they're doing in the movie happens in the league to this day, the NFL will never sanction that. The NFL will sanitize it and give you draft day.
Do you remember that one season we got of Playmakers on ESPN?
Yep.
That was some pretty good stuff.
It was, but it was one season.
Oh yeah, there was a reason for that. Yeah.
It did not last very long at all. And that's and it's the same thing with this. And of course there's no NFL licensing in it. But it's just
that's the thing. It's like you brought up a good point, Ray, right there, because I was like saying this to my dad, or maybe I was thinking it. I was like, okay, when it comes to these type of movies, like Any Given Sunday, the replacements and everything, you don't get NFL licensing. You just get, it's a league, but it's not the NFL, and you don't get the teams or anything like that. But if you get something like draft day, they'll be like, okay, yeah, well, you're good with that, because it's based off real shit or whatever the fuck. But like when you get something like actually, a movie like this, a movie like Any Given Sunday, they're not gonna no, we're not gonna support that and give you licenses for all that. And it's so funny because it seems like when it comes to these kind of football movies, these movies do kind of go like, oh yeah, it's revealing of how the league could be. But then you get a baseball movie, you get the freaking actual, you get the actual license, you get the actual, it's mortal. Jeez, I almost said Mortal Kombat. What the hell, my brain. Mortal League of Baseball. Anyways, Major League Baseball, you actually get like the actual teams and everything. So I don't know. It's kind of an interesting. I didn't think about the fact that the NFL and like some of these movies that come out, which kind of shows you how shitty things are when it comes.
I was gonna say though, is that because I am not a connoisseur of baseball movies, so I'm not a baseball fan. Yeah. Is there a baseball movie that gets into like the dark nitty gritty stuff though?
I would say Moneyball would, but I mean,
that's still like a good story of like, this is how the team became.
I would say the closest, in my opinion, and Dave, chime in on this if you've seen it. I feel like you've seen this movie, given the team that it centers on. The Fan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Robert De Niro, Wesley Snipes.
Yeah. He's on the Giants, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's on the Giants.
Right.
But again, that's nothing bad, because I haven't seen that movie in ages. I don't think anything bad about the league, right? It's about a creepy.
Not about the league, right?
So, dude, that movie. I think it was directed by Tony Scott, right? It was a Tony Scott.
It feels like a Tony Scott movie. I think you're right.
Dude, the climax of that movie is so goddamn ridiculous.
Yeah, you got it. Tony Scott.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous because there's like a serious rainstorm happening.
Yes,
and it's like but it's so cinematically, like it looks so good. I mean, the movie is not that great.
It's a Tony Scott rainstorm, which it's gorgeous. Tony Scott, may he rest in peace, was like the best pure action director. Like,
the movie's like, it's 90s. It's I can watch it.
De Niro's fun in it. He's like he's chewing the scenery a couple times in that movie.
Yeah, it's also one of those movies that like you look at the cast, like, and there's a bunch of people in there that are like kind of known then or starting to get known then, and now they're like, wow, you could never assemble this cast.
Yeah, like Benicio del Toro, John Leguizamo, Snipes, Alan Parkin, Robert De Niro.
But no, you're right, Travis. With baseball, I mean, like Major League, Rookie of the Year, Little Big League, Angels in the Outfield. They're all pro MLB. There really isn't any movie. There's no baseball movie that takes aim at like the underbelly of the league. But part of that is also, and it's not that there isn't dark stuff that happens in baseball, but in football it's so much more pronounced because football is king in this country. Yeah. And that's why the NFL rules it like a mafia. The shield is everything to them, which is why they're not going to. And it's not even just. It's not just that they want it sanitized. It's also that they will charge you up the ass for any of their licensing. We just went through this actually.
We go to it. Yeah.
The Beverly Hills, the last Beverly Hills Cop movie, the Netflix one. Excellent. I really liked. Yeah. I really liked that movie. To me, because the second Beverly Hills Cop movie is my favorite, and this one is a lot like the second movie.
Directed by Tony Scott. There you go. The second one.
The second one was, yes, absolutely. But like the jacket the classic jacket that Axel wears is not a license in the old movies is not a licensed Lions jacket whatsoever. It's a very fake logo. It's a number that nobody has worn. Like it's not real.
They got away with
Lions merch. They got away with it. This time for the Netflix movie, the NFL is like, no, pay us and use our logo. Like I remember seeing the set photos. I'm like, yeah, the NFL is not going to let them skate by this time. They do it in the 80s.
I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that.
They let them do it in the 80s, but today they're like, pay us our money and then you can go.
And you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I actually did kind of like the new movie.
I liked it.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I mean, it was just Eddie Murphy having fun, and I'm going, yeah. And then you got Judge Reinhold and I forgot the other guy's name. We just
John Ashton.
John Ashton. Yeah. It was great to see just the gang back together.
I even liked Joseph Gordon-Levitt in it. Truthfully. Yeah. He was a nice addition to it.
Yeah, it was, and then the daughter aspect. I mean, I went in going, this might be a shit sandwich, but I found myself just really, I like the previous movies. They're classics. They're iconic movies. And yeah, it gave me that similar vibe. Hearing that, during, the going from scene to scene, hearing the doom, 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 hearing that familiar, that theme song. It's just, it's one of the greats. So yeah, it's a fun movie.
Yeah. But yeah, so from a licensing standpoint, I don't know if you've seen Draft Day, Travis, but like
once
good movie.
TV. My father-in-law is a fan.
I enjoy that movie for what it is, but it is the most unrealistic, sanitized football movie you'll ever. There are some dumb general managers in the National Football League. You will never see one trade 3 second-round picks for a first. That will never happen. That will never, ever happen. Kevin Costner, fitting that he's the GM of the Cleveland Browns. And, of course, that's who this is centered around, the Cleveland Browns, right? But then, again, as a football fan, I look at it like Jennifer Garner's the capologist, and it's like, the capologist? What? And you just hear, like, speaking lingo, like, okay, all right, whatever. Dennis Leary is the asshole, like, veteran coach but he's just doing like a Bill Parcells impression the whole time. Like through the whole, it's like, okay, all right, whatever.
Because like I'm a big football fan, but it's the same way with me in professional wrestling. Majority of the time, anytime there's a movie about professional wrestling, WWE's not involved because it's always about the bad stuff, or the drug use, the retirement. It's all type of that. And then when WWE made one, they made like a bio on the wrestlers. It's like all padded, and the Rock's in there playing a role where he's like training this upcoming rookie. Where in real life, he had nothing to do with her story. That's Florence Pugh was in that movie.
Yeah, that was when she came on the spot.
He was not involved at all in her life at all. But in the Rock, he's you got to do this, you got to stand out. So anytime there's a wrestling movie, like I remember, not to talk about that guy, but when Aronofsky made The Wrestler, he had a private screening with Vince McMahon, and Vince fucking hated it. He's like, this is not what wrestling is. It doesn't end up this way. Even though there's countless of wrestlers' story that end up in a very sad situation, like Mickey Rourke. But saying, no, that's not my business. So NFL has the same way, like you just said, Ray. WWE has that. Other sports that have that mafia type of feel, where it's very much you're in our club or you're not. And if you're not in the club, then you're kind of dead to us, and you can't use this, you can't do that. It has to be very manufactured, like a draft. Or I can't remember what the Florence Pugh wrestling movie was. It's like, I don't know, something star.
I mean,
I don't know, but that's when I first started crushing on her. Anyways, guys.
I mean, Any Given Sunday, which again, it's one of my favorite Oliver Stone movies. Like, literally, you got Lawrence Taylor doing, a Hollywood version of what he did in real life as a player, right? Yeah. You've got Jim Brown, that you've got NFL vets doing this, like part of this, the process, right? You've got Pacino, you've got Aaron Eckhart, you've got Cameron Diaz, you've got
stacked cast.
It's a very stacked cast. That was the first thing I saw Eckhart in, actually. Yeah, that was the very first Aaron Eckhart movie. But like, if you know the league, and if you've heard the stories of the league, and if you even listen to stories in the league now, that movie is real. It is. There's an element of realism
and Oliver
to it.
Stone was going to make it as he was gonna make it. He made it as real and gritty as possible, and you feel it. I mean, you
Oh,
feel it.
yeah.
I mean, obviously he's gonna go overboard, like someone gets their eye gouged out and shit like that.
That's a
You know,
little, yeah, right.
Yeah, he's gonna go extreme, but there have been times where things are extreme, and just the fact that these players, that go through, and you get one more hit, that could be it, that whole thing. But
I mean, even here, let's go back to Tony Scott for a second. One of my favorite other Die Hard movies, The Last Boy Scout, aka Die Hard Private Eye. That's a movie that literally begins with a running back who's like drug addled, he's like drug addicted, and he's like being pressed by bookies to like do well in the game, and in the middle of scoring a touchdown, he pulls out a gun and shoots 3 linebackers on his way to the end zone before taking his own life in the end zone.
Yeah.
And of course this happens in LA, and it's the LA Stallions, because again, the league's like, no, hell no. Absolutely not. You're not going to do that, because the whole premise of the movie is about legalized sports gambling. That's like the underlying like plot line of the film. And no, the league, even if the league did that today, it would have to be like, FanDuel or DraftKings sponsored, and it would have to be like, all online, and don't show what it could do to a player, don't show what it could do to the coaches and the staff and all that. It's like, yeah, okay. So I say all that to say that, yeah, him definitely has a lot of imagery and a lot of symbolism surrounding all of that.
Do. I mean, and the fucking team is called the San Antonio Saviors.
The Saviors, exactly. And there's so much of that, like Christ allegory and all that.
Totally big time. That's why him, that title also fits that too.
And his whole thing, because he was a quarterback, and the fact that the amount of titles that he won, it's like, okay, I know who you are, except you're black, not white. Okay, right? But they made his name Isaiah White. It's like that. There's so much there if you're a football fan that you will totally get, which is why I wouldn't recommend it to everybody.
No,
because and even certain football fans I know, like I said, they would feel. I know football fans that would think it's heavy-handed or cheesy, or it's like, okay, I get. I'm the ones that don't want to accept like what the league is at times or a lot. They won't dig the allegory at all, and it doesn't exactly. It's not like, for me, the ending doesn't ruin the movie. I saw somebody post that the ending took the movie from a 10 to a 6.5. I don't think it's quite like that. I that's how I feel about Law Abiding Citizen and and 12 Monkeys. Like, I despise the endings of both of those movies, but that's, subjectively speaking, of course, but no, this ending, they went for an ending that I think was, in a weird way, this is going to sound weird when I say this, Dave, I think they went for the happier ending.
Yeah.
As opposed to the cynical ending. There's a cynical way that movie could have ended, and I feel like more people would have liked it. I don't know that but it's also not really, it's not a general audience movie. I saw that movie at 1:30 today in a completely empty theater. I was the only one there.
It's going to be, it has potential of being like maybe like a cult classic, because people might find this movie on streaming and be like, holy shit, look at this freaking crazy trip of a movie. And, I just felt like maybe there was just a little too much of the style and the way the editing stuff. So where it's just like,
I loved that. I
liked it, but I just thought it might have gotten toned down just a smidge. And like I said, I was like, and maybe I got to watch it again, because now hearing you like talk about that ending, I mean, I totally get what you're talking about. Like, they could have went for the more cynical ending, but technically it is a happy ending.
Technically,
technically it is. Yeah. And I'm like,
a very graphic happy ending.
Yeah. I was like, huh. Yeah, and then I'm kind of going, oh yeah. I'm kind of, so now I'm kind of like seeing your point of view on that. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I didn't think the movie was bad. I just felt like it just needed a little less of the crazy stylized editing. Even though, like, I'm not saying that get rid of all of it. I'm just tone it down a little bit, and then maybe it could have just been a bit. But now I'm like, yeah. But I still like the movie. There was a lot of like, and I thought, I've always been a fan of Marlon Wayans, and then just to see him be like, to play this character in this kind of role, and where he's like even keel, and then he'll just lose his shit. You know,
he stole the show
Yeah.
more than a few times in this movie. Like just to, and that's also like and that was another thing my coworker said, because she's never seen like Requiem for a Dream, so she's never seen him in like serious role. So she said that was like really refreshing to see him in a non-comedic crazy ass role, and he loses his mind multiple times in this movie, and it is really fun to watch because he's really good at it.
He does a good performance.
He's really good at being an unhinged son of a bitch in this movie.
Totally is. But yeah, I mean, that's what I like about this time of year is like we get these kind of movies, and you know, like you were saying, Travis, and you were saying like movies that are coming out. You know, I mean, obviously we have some big movies like Tron, and you know, October kind of. I think there's like, oh yeah, we got Predator: Badlands coming out in November, you know, but you get these ones, these small movies that are peppered in there, and sometimes they could be gems, and sometimes they could be honey don't. That's what could happen, you know. I know none of you guys saw that movie.
No,
and
it will be soon, but
yeah,
I was okay. I will admit I was a little. I mean, I was one because of was it Joel or Ethan Cohen? Which Cohen directed it?
It's Ethan.
Yeah. One because of that, but the other, I there was a little bit of curiosity with the whole thing with Margaret Qualley and Aubrey Plaza.
Oh yeah, you can watch those scenes. Watch those scenes. That's all you gotta watch is those scenes.
You know, like a Black Swan level curiosity.
Yeah,
it's more. It's
more.
More.
Okay.
It's more than the Black Swan.
See, that I'd probably like. That person.
See, that's the thing. If you watch the movie, you can. But at the same time, I say Margaret Qualley. She gave a fucking awesome performance. She was the best thing about that. The script was just there was just really nothing there with the script. Like she was great. Like the lines that she would say and some of the things that she would say back to the people, they were great. Like her character was great, but everything else was Aubrey Plaza. Besides the scenes, it was just like she was like, I'm like, I don't even know what kind of accent you're trying to do right now. It was everything else was just weird. But Margaret Qualley, she gave an A performance in a shitty movie, like, and it sucks, you know, that's the case because. You know, she got all this attention with the substance and kind of parlayed her career into, and then this is like the kind of, well, I don't know if this is like exactly the follow-up, but it's, I don't think this,
I think for a starring role.
Yeah. Starring role. That's what I was going to get at. This is like her first starring role since the substance. And it just kind of sucks that it bombed and people were like, and critics and people were like, maybe, nah.
But like that happened with her. And that's like, you make the same case with Sydney Sweeney, right? Like Anyone But You.
Oh, yeah.
Pal was a huge hit, and then the last two movies she did, they were flops. You know, we'll see how
she's
Christy
getting her
does.
A24 movie coming. Or is it A24? That's the boxer movie that she's in?
It's a different company because people didn't buy it. I don't know, and that reviewed like fine at the
it's
festival.
got
so
mixed reviews, right?
I don't think it's going to be the run that they thought. But that's the thing where it's just that's the argument, right? Of movie stars, because even back in the day, movie stars would be in some dog shit movies, but people go out and see them where people are still. It's selective. It's the right timing. It's the right star with the right IP.
See their name on the marquee. It's and
that's why I'm very curious how Running Man does too. Glenn Powell, like that'll be a big test for him because Twisters did good, but that's like an ensemble with a brand. You know, like Running Man's the same thing, but that's all him, right? And Edgar Wright, I loved Last Night in Soho, but that movie ate shit too.
Movie.
Like,
that was a good one.
That movie ate shit, but it was so good.
No, that's my favorite movie of his, but financially, that's my favorite. I liked. Because I like his humor, but I liked that he kind of reined it back, and it was a different side of him, and just visually very stunning. You know, there's some good stuff.
It was unlike any other Edgar Wright movie. Which, again, I appreciate it. I was talking about this in the opening of the stream. You know, I love it when because I was kind of comparing, obviously with superhero stuff because Gunn was talking about how Man of Tomorrow is going to be less comic booky, and I'm going, you had to get that one out there. Now you got to, do something different. And I compared it to how Nolan, if you watch Batman Begins to Dark Knight, it is a tone shift. A little bit.
Yeah.
Totally tone shift. There's like, you feel a little bit of a tone shift in there. Even, when it came to Zach and doing Man of Steel to BVS, there's a somewhat tone shift too, because again, Man of Steel, no slow motion, no, and it was more, was just more, it was lighter than BVS. I don't know. It's just, there's some tone shifts and I'm going, okay. But I like it when directors, I mean, obviously you could stay in your lane, you could stay in your lane. You could be a Michael Bay and just stay in your lane, which works. It's fine. If you want to be Slayer and just play the fucking thrash metal like that, totally. But I love it when you have, I was comparing it. That's why I compare it to bands when they experiment. I'm like, oh, okay, let's try this. It's not always going to work, but I like it when directors go, okay, well, now let's kind of shift it, a different kind of direction, different kind of tone, and, just do something that people don't expect me to do. It's not going to always work. You have your Tarantinos that basically has the same style throughout his movies. You know what a Tarantino movie is going to be, but it works. You know what a Guy Ritchie movie is going to be because it works. But then you get him in Disney, and then you go, there was only hints of you in there. What the fuck,
I just going back to Running Man. I just hope that it doesn't get the Total Recall treatment.
Yeah,
and that's what sucks because I defend that Total Recall.
Well, and I don't mean the movie; I mean the audience, right? I don't know. Like that's an interesting question. Which one is more beloved, Total Recall or Running Man? As far as
Total Recall,
movies?
Total Recall.
I would agree, but like but yeah, it was just people went into the Colin Farrell version ready to destroy it. Like they weren't even they were not ready to accept it all, and I just hope that Glenn Powell doesn't deal with the same thing. I don't know. Yeah. Especially knowing this is even more different than Total Recall because knowing that this version is more accurate to the original story, like that blew me away when I read.
Same with the Total Recall remake. It was more based on the source material.
Yeah. And that one, and that one's crazy because like that whole story we can remember through Wholesale is not told from Quaid's perspective. His name is Quail. It's completely set in Recall, and it's everybody freaking out over the fact that he's actually a secret agent. Yeah. But like with Running Man, like that,
you're right. Yeah.
Like to know that no, he's not a framed, disgraced cop. No, he's a dude trying to get health insurance or get money to pay medical bills, and he's doing this for 30 days. Like, what? This is darker.
Yeah. Timely though, too, sadly, of people doing stuff online that, to make money, have a following and whatnot. This is just the extreme version of that, right?
And honestly, Travis, I hope that benefits the movie. I know that's kind of dark, but it does give it a sense of relatability to today, where people can look at that premise more than they could. Like, I don't know that anybody today would relate to the premise of the first film, the way that they changed it at all. I don't think people would really care that much about.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Well, that's what happened back in the '80s. You had to, they had to make it '80s.
Yes, absolutely.
You make an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, and it follows like these beats. So then when you do the remakes, like Total Recall, and you kind of go, okay, this is going to be more on the source material, and we're not gonna, there's no Mars, there's none of that. We're just gonna do, and if you were to watch that Total Recall movie not knowing about the previous one, you'd probably go, that was pretty fucking good for a sci-fi, because it is. I mean the shot where where all the cops come in and Colin Farrell is just like this, and all of a sudden, he gets that the Manchurian Candidate, the agent within, and he just starts effing guys up, and it's like this crazy one shot that swoops in, and he just takes them all out. I was like, holy shit! It was a freaking awesome shot. It was an awesome sequence. There's a lot of good things in there. You got freaking Bryan Cranston as Hagen.
Cohagen.
Yeah. And I mean, and you got Jennifer Beal. You got.
I even love the fact that they basically took Laurie and Richter and fused them together and made them Kate Beckinsale.
It's
like we don't need Laurie and Richter. We'll just make Laurie a badass.
Totally was it's a good movie. It's a freaking good movie. But I'm very, the fact that it's Edgar Wright. Yeah, I mean it still might. It could just fall flat at the box office. I don't know. All I know is man, when my dad first saw I was like, when that trailer came on, one movie that we watched a couple of months ago, and I was like, I looked at it and I pointed, because the first time I watched original Running Man was with him. He showed me that damn movie when I was like 8. And I was like, oh, and then as soon as like he started like figuring it out, he goes, they remade the Running Man. And I was like, yes. And he goes, oh, we got to see that. I was like, yes, of course.
That's
he's
cool.
excited
I think the first Arnold movie my dad showed me was probably Terminator 2.
Mine,
probably.
Same. I got T1,
Predator.
but
I think Predator was
T1.
mine.
Yeah,
mine was Predator actually.
One of the early times seeing some lady parts I had not seen before. Yeah, definitely. Like, because at that point I remember like one time we watched Earth Girls Are Easy with my grandma, but when they got to those scenes, my dad
I mean, out of anyone, your grandma. I mean, that's
my dad would
nice.
fast forward because I don't think he knew. I think it was like a first time watch for everybody, and I don't think he knew. But the fast forwarding almost made it worse because it's like, yeah, sure, we're skipping all the scenes, but we all know what's going on. So that was I remember a traumatic experience of just like, but
we didn't fast forward. We didn't fast forward in our house. It was just look over there.
Spare.
Look away. Basically,
cover your eyes.
I think he was fine with me. I think there was just something weird about his mom being there, and it was like the grandma, the dad, and I guess he was like, and maybe my grandma would have been really offended by it, but I don't know. But
I don't know. To this day, anytime if I'm watching a movie with my mom and there's something that goes on, it's uncomfortable. With my dad, it's whatever. When I still watch a movie and something like with my mom and that's happening, I'm just like, can we fast forward this like we used to? Like, I'm just like, Mom, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I don't know. It's always weird with the mom. Dad, it's like, it's whatever, Yeah,
it was. No, I think it was kind of whatever with both, because one of the other movies, I think I brought this up before. I saw Coming to America at like 7. And so that's with both of my parents, right? That's in the basement. And it's an Eddie Murphy movie, right? I don't know what is happening in the bathing scene. I have no clue what that is. Or, like all the stuff with when he's talking to him about, sex with his bathers. I don't know what that means. They're completely over my head. But
I'll give you guys one. My parents, I don't know if this was, good judgment on their part. They brought a 3-year-old to Batman Forever.
I mean, a choice.
Not too bad.
I wouldn't say that's like, you're not taking them to Basic Instinct.
Yeah, no sexual content. No sexual content.
I beg to differ. I was gonna say from very young age I was very endowed to Nicole Kidman.
Well, okay, no nudity.
Oh, yeah,
no nudity in the movie.
Pretty freaking close, but
it's especially in the scene where he comes over like a fucking creep in the middle of the night, and she's
she's naked under the white.
And that's a movie that when you watch when you're older, the amount of that's a type of character that it's just an awful female lead because nothing to Nicole Kidman. It's just like every line out of her is, "How can I get Batman to have sex with me?" It's like that is her agency for the movie.
She's supposed to be a professional therapy therapist.
And their idea of like counterbalancing that is, okay, we'll just have her psychoanalyze Bruce Wayne and eventually decide that he's the one she should fall in love with, not Batman, right? And then she totally turns into a damsel in distress at the end of the movie. Yes, no, she's not a good female representation.
So does Robin, though.
He does. Yeah,
for sure.
One gun by Harvey Dent, and he just gives up. That's it. It's all. It just come on, But that's a very sexual movie because even Two Faces, like Drew Barrymore, and who's the other one? I can't.
I forgot her name.
Debbie Mazar. Yes.
Those two are like in scantily clad outfits. Same thing. There's tons of like innuendos all throughout the movie with Riddler. Like it's a very
joygasm.
Sexual,
come on, man.
Yeah, joygasm. Right.
I think we've been determined this on because we did get through Batman Forever on Squadcast Media. We determined that Batman Returns is far worse.
Oh yeah,
as far as sexual content,
absolutely.
The horniness of the penguin,
just
Jesus
the pussy
Christ.
I was looking for.
Yeah,
right, yeah.
I'll warm you.
But it's funny that they're like make it more kid friendly, but there's still in Forever lots of content that's not kid friendly. That like
even Batman and Robin with Poison Ivy. Jesus
yes.
Christ.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's right.
I mean, and both of those directed by a gay man.
Well, exactly, right? Like even how Poison Ivy becomes that. Like, God, who's the guy that plays Lex Senior in Smallville? What's his name?
Oh
yeah,
John Glover.
He almost like he tries to like assault Pamela eyes up before she turns the poison.
What's funny about that is he's playing Dr. Jason Woodruff. He's technically the third villain in the movie. Well, actually, technically, he's the fourth villain.
There are technically 4 villains in that movie. Yes, he doesn't last very long, but yes,
it's really funny because before I left Twitter, one of the very last things that happened. It's funny you mentioned John Glover. John Glover, notoriously, is not a huge fan of Man of Steel, and there was a something had popped up about the movie. John Glover talked about it having bad writing. I think it was the scene that, of course, everyone here knows, Clark Kent taking dude's truck and just putting it through the pole. Yeah. And of course, John Glover reacted, he shouldn't have done what bad writing. And I'm just like, Mr. Glover, with all due respect, can you really say what bad writing is because you signed up for Batman and Robin?
Hey, he's just trying to get a paycheck, though. You
all got mortgages to pay.
That is exactly what he said, Travis, more or less, because he was like, listen, hey, I understand where you're coming from, but check it out. It was 1990, whatever. I'm an actor. And I'm just like, I get you.
Yeah.
Batman and Robin. It is what it is.
It got us to Batman Begins, though.
100%.
Because if that movie's successful.
It's just funny to me because I was just like, look, man, you can't really talk about what bad writing is when you work.
If Batman and Robin was successful, we would have gotten Batman Triumphant.
Yeah, with Nick Cage and Madonna as Harley Quinn.
Yeah. They were talking about Steve Buscemi as the fucking Scarecrow.
Madonna as Harley
Quinn. Kurt Russell was going to be a
couple different versions of that movie.
Yeah, and there was a version of the script where they were going to have Jack Nicholson come back because Bruce would get hit with the spray.
Yeah.
And it would be so funny to have George Clooney's Batman seeing Jack Nicholson's Joker, just such a weird dichotomy there, right? And
but the thing is, George Clooney probably wouldn't have done it.
Probably
not.
They
were suspecting that he was not going to sign up. And then there was rumors that they were looking at Kurt Russell to be Batman. I remember that.
I could see it that time, I guess.
Yeah. From that time, yeah.
So none of them were smart enough to think of Lori Petty for Harley Quinn.
I don't know. She would have been perfect.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude! You just fucking blew my mind.
No,
Tank Girl. Yes.
No, Dave. Tank Girl is where this comes from because me, Scott, and Tim, when we reviewed that, when we talked about that movie, we were like, she's like '90s Harley Quinn. And what was great about that is that
you probably have talked about this.
I don't know how. I forget how long ago this happened, but but allegedly they were going to redo. At some point, they talked about rebooting the film.
Yeah,
and it was attached to Lucky Chap because
Margot
Robbie was going to play Tank Girl in the reboot. And it's like, oh, well, that's just synergy. That just totally makes sense for that to happen. But yes, Lori Petty was, and Scott's whole thing was when he was watching the movie for the first time, he couldn't place. He knew he'd heard the voice before he knew because she was Livewire.
Yeah, she was Livewire in the animated series.
Yeah, but no, we have totally we had that epiphany a couple of years ago about Lori Petty. That is,
I guess they're just looking at stars and Madonna's acting along the 90s. They're probably like, this will be perfect for the movie, right? And if people don't remember
terrible.
The script, and the script though she was going to be playing Joker's daughter, not his love interest. That was the
Harley would have been his daughter.
Yeah, that was the workaround.
Yeah,
that's par for the course for 90s WB. I mean, they made Alfred and they made Barbara Gordon.
Barbara.
I was just about to say,
Alfred.
Barbara Pennyworth.
It was Barbara Pennyworth, I think.
Yeah,
or was it?
The version of his niece in Batwoman is better than that.
Julia,
yes.
Yeah, Julia, his niece, and a lot of the other source materials, far more interesting character to explore. In my opinion.
Just like you were saying, Dave, like how they got to make 80s movies a certain way. That's where the comic movies were back then. Like you said, Phil, like they just need the IP, and they're gonna hit on the basic things like, does he look like Batman? Does the Batmobile? But it's like the rest of the stuff. Sure, Joker killed his parents. Yeah, sure.
I mean, and that was and again, because I just I did the facts video about Batman '89. I mean, like Tim Burton. That was Tim Burton. The original writer was like, no, it's Joe Chill.
Yeah, they did it back and forth.
They were going back and forth, but then there was a writer's strike that happened. So I forgot what his name was, but he couldn't do anything anymore, and then that gave Tim Burton to be like, we're changing it back to the Joker. Sorry. And
this
so
is what we're shooting today. Bingo. Boom.
Yeah,
Yep.
which makes sense for them back then, like thematically what they were doing.
But
like,
it's sad because now you got people these days that going like, when you ask them who killed Bruce Wayne's parents, they're like the Joker, right? And like, no.
I think Begins helped with that a lot, though. I feel like that went away a little bit more once that got more bigger as time went on.
Thankfully, Travis, I agree with that because it is 50-50 because does the twist work for that movie in '89? Absolutely, it does. But did it poison like a fan base for like 15 years?
Yeah.
In terms of like what the lore was? Yes, it did. Absolutely.
And what's fun about the Batman is the Batman just kind of lets you know, like, it doesn't fucking matter who killed his parents.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we're moving on. Oh man,
I love that it's kind of open ended, and I hope they never fully answer that. I hope they never go back and I actually did or this. I like that it's like a choose your own adventure, you know, because they could have. I like the movie poses. They also could have been shady pieces of shits. The Wayne, you know, you don't know, but I like that it's just
okay. See, and that part, I like that. I know everybody's freaking out about that with the
screw them. I
Superman.
like Superman. I like
but I really did. I mean, I'm fine. I like it in Superman, and I do like that in the Batman. The idea that it wasn't all, you know, sunshine and roses with the Waynes. In that.
And this is a good like going into what Matt Reeves was saying this week, and thank God. Oh man, do we all feel relieved that Matt Reeves is so I mean, red
can I play a counter argument here?
Okay, let me get.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, okay, wait. Let me just say, like, I think we're all kind of relieved a little bit that, I mean, regardless of the whole merger talk, you know, when it came to his Batman merging to the DCU, the fact that Matt Reeves was just talking about it, being excited about it, and talking about, oh, we're filming this spring, and talking about the villain, not revealing the villain, and then mentioning that, you know, that previous Batman movies that, you know, you have the Batman character, and then all of a sudden it starts concentrating on the Rogues Gallery, and he wants to very much. Yeah, there's going to be the Rogues Gallery, but I want to still have the main focus on Bruce. You know, which, you know, when you look at he makes a good point, because when you look at Batman Begins, it's all about Bruce, and then when you look at Dark Knight, it's Joker. It's really Joker, even though you know we don't get a lot of the origin. But
I'd say it's about Gotham more because it's
more
like,
about Gotham. Yeah,
because it's about Gordon and Harvey. Yeah. It's like it's like an ensemble because Ledger's not in that movie that much. He's in it like for 22 minutes or something.
So much.
But then I would also say that they curve back to Bruce in Dark Knight Rises.
Absolutely,
they do.
Yeah.
But what were you going to
Batman's barely in that movie, you know, like the way the Batman has Batman so much. I can't remember. I could be wrong. I think Rises holds the live action record for the least amount of time of actors in the Batman suit.
Would not surprise me one bit.
I think that's the case.
Would not surprise me at all.
That much. No.
I was just gonna say, you hold a gun to my head, you make me say, "Is this all true?" Absolutely. I think it's Elseworlds. That's all good.
Yes.
Just the thing is, like, I don't take it as like 100% we're clear out of the woods until I've sat and watched the movie and we're done. Because the merger, and I agree with people, and I think that most people, the way the DCU's going, whether it's Netflix or Paramount, if they get them, they'll just let them do their thing, right? But all it takes is some guy that's like, oh, you know, my wife met James Gunn, said he was an asshole. It's like, you know what? I don't want this guy doing this thing. We can't predict how people with this amount of money are going to react. All it takes is one person to be like, you know what? Actually, I don't want to go this way. Hey, can we make a Black Panther movie? No, that's not going to sell any toys. Like, we don't know. I think they will go, whichever company will stick with it. That's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that's why when the relief is, we literally just saw Peacemaker a couple weeks ago recreate a whole scene. They have the old Justice League, edited it out, and then you put a new thing in. That's all it takes. You literally could have... They can film a whole movie and say, hey, guess what, Matt Reeves? You're bending over. We're putting a David Cordswell in the post-credit. Do I think that happens? No. I believe people at face value and what they're saying here, but I don't also take it when people are like, oh, this means it's completely... No, because we've seen so many situations in Hollywood where things change on a dime because some studio's so bullheaded and think, you know what? We're going to do this, you know? And Ray, you would know this. And I was informed this today, so I'm taking credit for a patron. He told me, because I'm not a Star Trek guy, he told me the original Star Trek show was canceled because it was down Star Trek and another show, and the studio had asked his wife, which show she liked more, and she said, "Oh, I like that one more." So they got rid of Star Trek, and then they didn't bring it back to later on. Like this is what I mean. Like people with this amount of money, we never know what their motivations are going to be. So for me, like I think it won't be or I think it will be Elseworlds, and that's great. I want to say that way, but I'm not breathing a sigh of relief until I'm in the theater and I've got to the credits of the Batman Part 2. You know.
So I would like to submit something for evidentiary here.
Yes.
But first
We'll
I
allow
need to what so when we're talking merger, are we just talking about merging Pattinson in with the DCU, or are we talking about the bigger picture?
No, we're not talking about the because like the whole thing was like the merger bros, which is the merging of the two universes. Yeah,
they have a name now. Okay.
Everybody has a name.
Okay. Yeah, everyone.
Yeah, they have a name. They have a name. It's called Delusional.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Delusion. We could actually have Robert Pattinson saying that. But it's funny because Travis, like when you were talking about that, all of a sudden I just had a visual of like, can you imagine if like at the end of the Batman Part 2, like Batman he talks to Gordon on top of wherever they meet, and then all of a sudden you hear a.
Right.
And he's like, and then slowly you see red boots just land, and then it just pans up, and then it's just
because
man,
obviously it's not going to happen.
The fucking theater would go but
I really don't want that to happen. But
I don't want it to happen,
and it's not going to happen because like the company's going to be sold. But remember a couple of years ago when Zaslav was like, you don't think Warner Brothers is being sold?
No.
Okay, I'll go against you on that one. I think
that's fine. I don't really care. I'm just going by what David Zaslav is intending to do because he already said that he's not taking Paramount's bid. I don't know why he would take Netflix's bid.
He wants other people's money. I think he wants.
It's happening.
Yeah,
I would put money on it.
If it's gonna happen, it will be Paramount. I don't think it'll be Netflix.
Here, this is perfect. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, Travis, but this is where I can submit my evidence because. When Matt Maloney and Puck News floated this idea of Paramount preparing a bid for Warner Brothers like a month or so ago, I laughed it off. I felt the way Phil did completely. And then I saw the Paramount Town Hall when Skydance officially took over and David Ellison and Jim Nance are on that stage and they're talking for like an hour and a half. And there was something that he said that really raised an eyebrow with me. He talked about how with Iron Man, he lamented the fact that, because Iron Man is a Paramount movie. First Iron Man film is a Paramount film. And he lamented the fact, David Ellison, who's like my age, he's 42. He lamented the fact that at the time, the executives were all happy about the dollar gross that they had made with the movie. And his thought process was, well, you're in the pole position to be able to buy Marvel Studios. Why don't you just buy Marvel Studios? Because it was 2008. Disney didn't buy it until a year later. And he went on for like a minute talking about how he thought Paramount should have pulled the trigger on Marvel Studios back in 2008. They didn't. Disney did. $32 billion later, the rest is history, right? And so when he said that, I went, oh, okay, now I actually could buy this. And this is before before the trades a couple of weeks ago started talking about, they really are preparing a bid. Because the rest of that town hall was him talking about how they want to chase Netflix. Like that's their goal, is to take on Netflix and to compete with Netflix. And the only way to do that is your library. You need content up the wazoo in order to compete with Netflix's library. And so here's the thing. And I know when Dave, that grunt is probably like you're thinking Chapek and like the whole Disney Plus thing. I get that, but like the thing is, I think based on what he said in that town hall, to me, it's like, okay, do you see DC Studios as a mulligan for Paramount? Because at the time, Marvel Studios concocted their plan in 2007. They started the MCU in 2008. It was already up and running when Disney bought it, and they just basically
it's a similar
said,
stage right now.
It's a almost identical stage.
Yeah.
Does David Ellison look at this and go, "Here's our second chance"?
Oh yeah.
Right?
Well, he totally does.
Absolutely. Yeah, if he's looking at this, he's also going, oh, look at they have DC Studios. That thing is going to be a cash cow kind of thing.
Yes.
Because I mean they're looking at the numbers, and again, for the people who thought Superman was a flop. If somebody like him is like looking at everything, they're looking at the books, they're looking at the numbers, they're seeing that DC Studios started off. Yeah, it might not be like the biggest banger, but there's like a potential.
It's in the top 10 for the year. People don't think if you look at the box office, the like in the top 10 movies, lots of them are 500, 600. It's not like it used to be where it's all a bunch of billion, then 900, 800, like 600 is a top 10. Or obviously there's still more stuff to come out, but for majority of the year it is. And that's where the Netflix thing, everyone forgets too. When Disney bought Fox, they had to pay more because remember Comcast came in and outbid them. So that's where for me, with these other people getting involved, I still think Paramount will get it, but they might have to keep going up and up because Disney, I think they had to pay like an additional 15 or something billion than they wanted.
Yeah, because Fox really didn't want Comcast to begin with. They wanted Disney.
Right.
But they would have took the money, right? If
they would have taken the money.
You know, and all I go back just to Zaslav. My point I was trying to make is I think the company's gone. He doesn't care. He's just saying stuff, right? But when he said that quote a couple years ago, when there should only be one Batman, right? What if you get into a situation where while they're making this, and Ellison sits down with a gun and says, "Hey, this has to be like I think something will break." It's like there has to be one Batman. So whether you get Reeves and company on board,
so many useless hypotheticals. I don't even know why we're entertaining this.
Because that's what we do. That's what we do here, Phil. We talk about hypotheticals.
And Phil, sorry, I don't mean to be a stick in the mud, but some of this is not hypothetical. Like when we're talking about, I mean, it's reported that Paramount is like the bid is there. Zaslav is turning auctioneer. He's doing what we remember a couple years ago when he first took over, and there was talk that he was just going to spit shine the company to turn it to Universal. We had those talks about, hey, what if they decide to make a Gotham City in Universal Studios? That would be cool. That kind of thing, right?
That would be cool.
And that would be cool.
That would be fun.
But like so this was already a thing that we already had in the back of our minds that Zaslav was going to do, right? This whole romanticism of I'm going to make the movies and focus on theatrical or whatnot. But to me, like him spinning it into an auction it just even further cements to me why he took a victory lap with Superman in the opening weekend.
Yeah,
he was shining it. He was like, here's my gem.
We got guys.
Right.
But that's my last point when Dave, when you asked, like, do we have sigh of relief? I can't until like a couple of years from now because there's so much that can change and evolve. That's why for me, it's like, this is what Matt Reeves is saying right now under this leadership and this guy's. What if in a year from now he's not even reporting to James Gunn? I think he will. I think it all hopefully goes smoothly, but we all saw a Batgirl movie that we'll never see, right? There's stuff that happens all the time in Hollywood because people want an extra zero or don't like this person or this makes sense. So I can't have relief until hopefully 2027, October, when it goes to black and it says directed by Matt Reeves and we're good to go. That's when I'm like, okay. And we'll be on Vodka stream. I'll be like, oh, thank God we didn't see any red cape and Hush's here.
Right. Or at least, for me, I mean, either that, Travis, or the actual casting of the DCU Batman.
That too, yes.
Like one or the other. Whichever one happens first. I did see that yesterday.
You saw James Gunn get asked about that, and he said that he met with. Okay, so he said that there's a big star that was interested in playing Batman that he has spoken with. I mean, obviously we don't know if that's, but I'm like going, who is this big star?
It's not Alan Ritchson.
You think it's Glenn Powell?
I do. I really do.
Glenn Powell. Okay.
I just think him and Gunn are the same cloth. I just think it would work.
You know what? The fact that it could be, but it doesn't mean he's going to get it. I mean, that's
of course.
This is the thing is like. It's so funny because when I was watching that clip and I played it at the beginning of the stream, this is what I like about James Gunn. I mean, I know like people like that don't like him or, that really don't like him that just like, he just casts off Twitter and all this kind of stuff and blah, blah, blah. I always love the fact that it's like, we could have, so many, I have all these guys in mind. Doesn't mean they're going to get it. It's like David Cornsweet was like part of it, but I had a bunch of other guys in mind. But it's all about bring them in and doing a screen test, and not just a screen test by themselves. They have to do a screen. Like Cornsweet had to do a screen test with somebody who was playing Lois. And when it comes to this Batman, they're going to have to do a screen test with children. They have to do it with like Damien. You know, I don't know how young he's gonna be. It might be a teenager, but it's gonna,
I wasn't sure where you were going at first when you said
yeah,
children. I'm like, wait,
weird.
who? Wait,
yeah. No, but I'm just saying, like, but that's what they're gonna have to do if they're keeping the whole Damien thing. There's gonna be like a short list, and there's gonna be a short list of Damiens, and then they're gonna have to do like, all right, you go with, let's try this. That's gonna be the main thing of who they cast as Batman and who they cast as Damien. Is that's gonna be, and he specifically emphasized that. So that's why it's like, no, it's not cat. Yes, they might be, and I wouldn't be surprised. And I've even said this many times before. It's like nowadays when you maybe if they have like an actor that they're thinking about for one of these characters, and maybe they're kind of going, shit, I don't know who's it going to be. I wouldn't be surprised if they looked at Twitter and go, who, like, maybe we could decide because people are, looking at these, and they could maybe look at Twitter and look at those analytics and
how certain are we, based on the fact that Damien is in this movie, how certain are we that we'll see Talia?
He pretty much emphasized 100%. That he is.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Pretty.
So then that's another screen test actor.
Yes, exactly.
They've got to put it. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, for sure. So
but and I think that's what's going to
large of a role she'd have in the movie, but yeah.
Yeah. And that's what's going to be different about this Batman, is the fact that, and I think it's going to be interesting to get the general audience reaction to this when they find out that, wait, what? Batman has a kid and he made him Robin?
Okay. I'm going to tell you right now, like, that's going to be a thing that,
there's going to be some.
The general audience is not going to believe that that's in the comics. They're going to think that was made up for the movie.
What do you mean Batman's a deadbeat dad? What?
Right. Seriously, there's going to be this renaissance of people that never knew that happened in the comics. They're going to be like, what?
Good thing we can just put it in their hands saying, here's Grant Morrison. The title of it's called Batman and Son. Go.
Right.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny too because
if they go full blown comic accurate with it, then you might see a couple women like kind of cup their mouth, like, she did what to him?
Yeah,
I don't think they'll go that far.
That's what's going to be interesting about.
I don't know if they're going to do that, but if they do,
yeah, I think they'll just say they met, they slept together, and she just kept that.
I think they'll do it. I think if they do, they'll do it tastefully. I think
they will.
I think it'll probably be something along the lines of like, son of Batman.
Yeah.
You did what you made me do what you wanted, and she'd be like, "Did you say no?
Yeah.
Did you not like it?"
Yeah. It's gonna be called Batman. He kept it in. Anyways, yeah. Sorry. No, but it's kind of funny because one of my good friends, she loves Brandon Sklenar, and of course he's like the fan cast of fan cast. And
which means he's not going to actually get cast.
Yeah, he probably won't. He probably won't, but who knows? Because
wasn't David Cornsmith though the fan cast though, and he
kind of was. Yeah, he was for a bit there, and then. But it's interesting because I just realized with all this talk about Damien, because I don't. She knows Batman, but I'm like going, oh, fuck. I should probably bring it up to her. Like, do you realize that in this Batman movie, he's going to have a kid? I have not brought that up to her yet. I don't think she knows that. So it's kind of with this conversation, I'm going, fuck. When I'm talking about this with her, because she loves Brandon Sklenar, and I'm going, yeah, you might, he's the fan cast, but I think she has no idea that this movie is going to have it where he has a kid. Because she probably doesn't even know that Batman has a kid. And that's why I'm kind of curious about the reaction of the general audience. And I think that does play into how they distinct the Batmans and how they can drive people to the theater to be like, but we have a Batman that has a kid?
They will market the hell out of that.
Oh,
absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just like when you have this Superman, oh yeah, look, he's got a dog.
Yes.
He's got a dog.
Big Daddy, but Batman.
Yeah, basically.
There you go. That's actually pretty good.
like Damien will be marketed like crypto, basically. Like that's the relatability, the audience relatability factor to Batman that they will not see coming. The general audience will not see that coming, and that's actually going to be entertaining to watch. A little infuriating, but also entertaining.
It'd be funny if there was like this like opening montage of like Batman just detailing all of like the history of what he went through with all the Robins and how Dick is like this really great shining example.
Narrating
Jason went down a bit of a darker path, and then Tim is more lighthearted and in the current state, whatever. But then he's just like, and then everything changed when I met my son. It's just one of those dad movies where he's
and
just
then
like,
you just cut to him like decapitating someone. It's just
dude,
yeah. Hey, Dad.
happens in Batman and Son. That's one of the first things Damian Wayne does. He comes back to the
I know.
That they better do. That they should. Like, obviously, they gotta shoot around it for PG-13, but the concept of that, because that's such a mic drop moment when you read that. You think they would make it rated R?
Can be rated R.
No, I don't think they do that.
No, they
for Batman, I don't think they would.
I don't know. I wouldn't put it past James Gunn.
Neither would I.
Not for Batman. I feel like Batman, they still want the bigger audiences for him.
If they're trying to go fantastical, they want that first one to be
and the
kind of
kids'
13,
audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I despise Mark Millar, but Kick-Ass did a lot of good. I despise Mark Millar. That movie, and even Matthew.
Mark Millar is a terrible human being. Yes,
but I don't like either one of them. But hey,
But that's if they do that, Phil. So now you would be blowing the audience's minds twice.
Oh,
not only just because Batman would have a son, but also the idea that there have been that many Robins, because they don't even know that.
Most people just know Dick Grayson, and that's it.
Well, they don't even and they might
know him by name. It's just Robin.
Exactly. Right. They have no idea. They just see the character and go, "Oh, it's the same guy."
Because, to Dave's point of the post credit and people popping, I know a lot of people in this room hate it. But in Dark Knight Rises, when they said, "Hey, you should go," but when they said that, I remember my theater was like, "Holy shit!" So that it is the Robin thing.
And I was the only one that went, "What the fuck?" Like,
I still don't like it to this day. But yes, you're right. The audience reaction was exactly that. Yes.
True though, and Christopher Nolan, kudos for him to be like, "Yeah, fucking do it." But I remember I literally put my hand out like this. I'm going, what?
Right.
Why not? Why?
Yeah, for me, it's like it feels like Elseworld stuff where it's just like, let's
I totally
give a little
get
nod because Nolan was never gonna have a kid running around with Bale. Like that would have never happened, right?
That would have been interesting. That would have been a take.
It didn't ruin the movie for me by any stretch. It was just one of those okay.
But they were building towards it with all the little things, the history.
I don't even know if
the subtle thing with the orphanage. He's coming from.
Where I looked at your eyes and saw you're the same. It's like you met him once when you were 10 and thought he was the same.
I knew you. They weren't Avatar. I see you.
They weren't building towards the name reveal, but they were building towards the idea that he was going to take over.
Yeah.
That they definitely were.
No, you're right. Yeah.
I think I don't remember where I read this, but they took elements of all three of the kids. They took all elements of all three, Jason and Tim, and they made John Blake. They made Robin John Blake, and they made him as an amalgam of all three of those characters. Mm-hmm. And I hear you guys. Believe me, I kind of had a similar reaction to Dave at the end of that movie. I was like, "There's no fucking way that they actually just name dropped him, and his name is Robin." Like we really that's what we're this. We went from Chris O'Donnell to this bullshit. What the fuck? I was like, I was 2012. I was 20. I was 20.
Let's go back to the laundry room. It wasn't so bad, was it?
No, it was not.
That's an awesome scene. Get out of here.
Oh, yeah.
That is an awesome scene. Yes, that is an awesome scene.
I always wanted to do more laundry.
I still laugh when he's trying to get into the Batcave and he goes, "Go!" It's like, God, we got to pump yourself up, man. All right, let's do it,
man.
Right.
I look at that. I look at the whole Robin John Blake thing, and then I look over at Titans, and I'm just like, and I look over at Batman Forever, and I'm just like, Batman and Son, you better fucking get it right.
Yeah.
We don't have a great on-screen interpretation of the Robin character in general.
Live action, no.
Live action.
I mean, obviously, I still love the animated series. That's like my favorite.
Yeah. Robin's Reckoning.
Oh god,
Oh, that was a good episode.
Absolutely,
man, love it.
Yes. But no, I don't dislike I can't look at a Robin portrayal necessarily and be like, I despise this. Titans is fine. Chris O'Donnell is fine in Batman Forever because the $64,000 question, Batman Forever, Batman and Robin. There's a right and a wrong answer, by the way.
Yep. Oh, there is. Totally. 1,000%.
Subjectively speaking.
I remember I was listening to the commentary from Kevin Smith and Mark Bernardin, and they were doing Batman Forever, and like, you know, Kevin Smith brought up a good, you know, it's like he was like, his grief was like the whole thing is like, why do they cast a Robin who's 30? I mean, obviously he wasn't 30, but you know, he was emphasizing that he's older. And when they were, you know, the circus scene when he's getting rid of the bomb and you get that shot where he peeks down, and Kevin Smith was like, imagine if that was a 12-year-old boy, it would hit so much harder. And I'm like, you're not wrong.
Or
you're not wrong.
My favorite shot from that movie is when Batman gets covered in all the rubble, and then you just get that, and the arm goes in, and he pulls him up, and he got Robin's like carnival outfit, and he got the gauntlet together, and it's just Robin hanging up there. Like, if that was a kid, you'd be like, oh my god. But but every movie did that, right? Like that was the joke. Like Scary Movie made like, oh, we're 40-year-old playing high school.
That was absolutely a thing in the 80s and 90s. Yes,
they were also riffing fucking the animated series to an extent too.
Because completely. Yes.
Dick was a college student there. It just made
but when he was flying Graysons, he was 12.
It's true.
One of the other things that we totally uncovered in our rewatch of Batman Forever was just how much they nerfed from the animated series. It was and things that I didn't even catch the first time. I mean, Arkham Asylum, of course, but like just the design of the city and like the stylization of how everything operates. It's like, okay, you guys basically, because we were 3 years into the animated series at that point when that movie came out, and they were basically like, okay, we're just going to do this in live action form. Yeah. And I'm like, you know what? Cool.
I mean, like why not? You know, it was popular.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So there's, but no, it's difficult to disagree with Kevin Smith on that. It would hit like when you, especially like the whole thing about like, you know, where will you go? The circus must be halfway to Metropolis by now. Well, he's a grown ass man on a motorcycle. He can go wherever he wants.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I'm gonna adopt really you. All right. Well.
Sure. I'll stay at this mansion. Whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely with Chris O'Donnell, like he may have been Dick Grayson, but they channeled a little bit. They channeled some Jason Todd in that one.
Especially down Robin. They fucking hate like he hates Bruce Wayne. Like he has an attitude that whole movie just because he wants to bang Poison Ivy. Like that's the only reason.
I mean, it's very it's just very 90. You know, it's very angst in your face and angry and edgy and just very fucking like testosterone like that. That's.
I know. It's like, they gave Robin an earring and sideburns. It was like,
that's right. Oh, yeah, that proved. Remember the earring? Yeah, that proved how hard you were. Yeah, I got an earring.
I was waiting for somebody to bring that up because, yes, absolutely.
Wait, doesn't Batman always kiss the girl?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I can definitely get used to this. Yeah. Oh, my That's why I love that movie. It's so fucking cheesy. No,
but then the scene after that's like a really good scene when he's trying to beat up Batman. It does nothing. He's just like absorbing all the shots in his armor. But he's like, why didn't you save my parents? It's like, if I could have, I would. Like if Bruce Wayne could have saved your parents, he would have.
Good line. Great line.
Some of the best scenes are just him, Chris O'Donnell, and Val Kilmer just talking, just like having those conversations. That's some of the best scene.
And that's where the movie, like, you know, starts to stray into scenes that are clearly in the Schumacher cut. Because that's where all the other like expositional emotional stuff is, and I appreciate that Schumacher kept that much of it in the theatrical version. I would love to see more of it, but like those are some of the strong, like even you know like the 1000th time we saw the Death of the Waynes. I like how it was shot, and I like how you know the whole thing where he's like, I killed.
It looked like a dream sequence, like a nightmare sequence,
right?
Yeah, but you're right. Like the like. Some of the best scenes are just the interactions between Bruce and Dick is like, and because, you know, obviously you got Dick who just wants to go out there and he's like, I want to kill Two-Face. And then he's just like, okay. And you know, you find another face and then
that speech is one of Kilmer's best scenes ever. Like, okay, then what do you do then? You go out at night, you find another, like you said, it's like Kilmer's so cold. Cause I always say that I think Kilmer's Bruce Wayne is the most messed up of them all.
Yes. Fuck yeah, dude. He's so good.
He's going through so much. He's having hallucinations. He's saying that I killed Dick's parents, but
he literally needs a psychiatrist.
Yes,
he literally needs one.
I don't know about
him. Who doesn't help him at all?
Chase Meridian. I don't know if it's the best psychologist for him in other ways, but you know,
she's pretty much just like, go out there, keep doing it. Like, no, he needs help. Like, don't let him be Batman for a month.
But Batman Forever is not a Batman movie. It's a Bruce Wayne movie.
It
Yes,
totally
yeah.
is.
It
Man.
is a Bruce Wayne movie.
1000% is.
And
That's
I'm
why I
okay with
always
that.
say
I'm
that Val
completely
Kilmer is
okay
one
with that.
Yeah, that's why I say Val Kilmer is one of the best Bruce Waynes. Like
Yeah,
I put him up there as maybe
he-
even the best. Like when I look at the Bruce Waynes, obviously when it comes to this character, you can hey,
No,
this is a really good Batman. This is not he's a weak Bruce Wayne or something like that. But I think Kilmer's Bruce Wayne was fucking.
No, I think he is the best Bruce Wayne because he nailed the balance in terms of the boss that like is philanthropic. Like I want full benefits for his family.
Yeah,
Suicide's not covered
that
under
hand back, Ed.
I know full benefits, right? That kind of, and then like he'll do that like with the Wayne Enterprises stuff, and then be completely messed up with all the psychosis about what's going on with him, and just even Chase calls being Batman a curse and that type of thing.
Yeah.
Like he nailed the balance of Bruce Wayne extremely well, probably better than any of the other actors.
I think we're gonna see something like this in the Batman Part 2.
I agree.
Fuck yeah, dude.
I hope
Oh
so.
yeah,
because the way that Matt Reeves was talking about how we haven't really seen what we're doing with this movie with Batman and Bruce Wayne done before, and the way he talked about how it's kind of hard for Bruce to be Batman in this movie. And I've been kind of thinking about that. And I've been thinking about, where the Fuchs movie ended, where the Penguin show ended ultimately, and where things are, and what exactly does that mean? And like, even hearing whispers of like how the guilt of things that happened at the end of the movie have kind of gotten to him, but at the same time, that feels kind of counterintuitive to his speech that he gives at the end of the movie about wanting to being more than something than just an idea of vengeance and wanting to be a symbol of justice and hope. And to me, I think what Matt Reeves is really kind of going to do is, kind of hone in on that idea of, Batman can't be everywhere. Well, what happens when you can't be everywhere and everywhere in your town is completely fucked up because of a flood? Yeah. How much harder does your job become when it becomes to becoming Batman? Not only that, like if all of Gotham is flooded, is his Bat cave underneath Wayne Tower flooded too?
Yeah, interesting.
I thought that it like that my selfish thought at the end of the first movie is the car better not be fucked up.
And that's
the car's
the
fucked up.
And that's just it.
The
Gotham City, for the most part, well, they also did say that a lot of the richer areas weren't affected. So does Wayne Manor fall into that territory? Possibly, yeah. But a lot of Gotham City is affected, and that's still going to make it hard for Batman to get around. At least with the Batmobile, he's going to need to do something different. And, I remember way back when this movie was getting ready to come out and people were already talking like whispers of like where they were going, like a rough idea of what was being headed around next. And the only words being whispered were no man's land. The idea that Batman has the damnedest time traversing his own fucking town because it's so fucked up. That is one of the most difficult things Batman
and the Penguin really does set the table for that, especially with everything going on in 5 Crowns.
I mean, it sets the table, but it sets the table in a sense, but it also like opens up the dining room into this world of just how fucked the Riddler made it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then, so then he also talked about the villain, and the villain, like, challenging Bruce. So, I mean, what are we thinking here? Are we thinking Court of Owls? That could be, because it's kind of already been teased, right? You don't think Court of Owls, Travis?
No, I guess it depends. That comes down to like when we talk about adaptation too, because if you want to do just Court of Owls straight up, very fantastical characters. People like there's blood cloning and they're all tied to the Graysons, which I know there's
I think there's a way of doing some of that practically, and
I agree. I
don't think the Court of Owls would be the main villain. I think there's just going to be like it's a part of this all.
I think the Court of Owls is the end game of it all.
Yeah. I can see that. I'm still in the camp. It's Tommy Elliott and Hush.
I'm with Chris. Yeah.
Well. Hush.
There was more allusions to Hush than there were owls. There's a couple owls where you literally talk about Hush's fucking dad in the last movie.
Yeah.
It's a plot point. So
and I think Elliott. We're not 100% sure that it was Thomas Elliott's father.
Yeah. But I mean,
I hear
one of those.
I get it.
It's one of those things where, I could see exactly Court of Owls being the end game of it, and just keep on tying back to the history of Gotham, the history of the Waynes,
and the corruption where it all comes from.
Yeah, where the corruption all come from. But to get something personal, even deeper with Bruce versus Tommy Elliott, it's always been there's this just unhinged jealousy that Tommy Elliott brings that is just very interesting to see how does we see a Bruce Wayne who basically no one freaking knows who Bruce Wayne is in the Batman. Like he's just not there. Like he's a ghost. Nobody knows really who he is.
That is the answer that people would drive to because of what has happened in the past movie, and I get that. But thinking about it now, there is one other villain that they could use, who is personal in a way, tied to Bruce Wayne, and there is a way that it could happen, and it's an Arkham Asylum. They could do Hugo Strange.
They could. I'd love Hugo.
That'd be a cool one.
Sweet.
Because think about it: if Hugo Strange is studying the Riddler in Arkham for X amount of time, because we know that the window between part 1 and part 2 is not very big. Like part 1 ends the first week in November. I would have to imagine that the weeks from the Penguin leading into part 2 lead you right into the end of December, beginning of January. So there's,
I think they said that. I remember reading that it's going to take place in winter,
something like that. Winter, Christmas, New Year's, whatever, something like that. So if that's the case, what if Hugo Strange has been like, studying Edward Nash and being like, why the fuck did you do what you do? Who is the Batman? Why did the Batman? Bruce Wayne. Wait, Bruce Wayne. His mother was here in Arkham, and he starts digging, and things start turning in his head, and he gets Bruce Wayne inside Arkham Asylum.
But what about like Hugo and Tommy working together in that sense?
I could see that too. Because Hugo's not the physical threat, right? You're not going to get that big. But I guess Riddler wasn't either, right? He had a bunch of goons at the end that were like. But he had
but he had the gimmick. Hugo Strange is hard as a gimmick to kind
no
of.
one's going with a bunch of glasses, just like doctor uniforms.
Yeah. This is my simplistic mind way looking at it. From what Chris just said. Hush is the father connection. Hugo Strange would be the mother connection.
I like that.
Yeah, that's good. I like it.
Really do like that.
Yeah, that's good, Phil.
So I would take that too. And then to me, I know it's boring. It's not a want. I think just the way he put it in the first movie, I imagine the second movie, I think it's just going to go Hush, Hugo, whoever this is. And then I think 3 is just Joker. Just because he casts a big name actor. I think the way that with Batman, with the one scene it's in there of, like you need friends, I don't think he's going to just stay in Arkham forever. So my hot take is you'll never see the Court of Owls here, and Joker's going to be number 3. That's what I think.
I think the Court of Owls would be in the background somewhere. I don't know.
I just think they go to
Mr. You get like an ending scene where it's like, you see like a little, somebody puts on a mask and it's like, dun, 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 I don't know. Who knows? I think Gunn's just that universe, the DCU might work better because we're already with an established Batman, right? So you don't have to do this because even right now, Batman's in Batman for a year and a year and a half,
2 years. Well, he was in second year. Like how far into the year 2 was he?
Yeah, right. It was year 2, but I guess the point of like that Scott Snyder story is this is a group that's been around this whole time while Batman's been operating, and that's the shock, right? Of how did I not find this? If he's only like a couple years into it, it's like, well, I could believe like you couldn't find a few things already. He had a hard enough time finding who the Riddler was. So.
Yeah, but you know how it is. It's like you only have a limited amount of time when you're making movies, so it's like, hey, let's try to
Oh no,
I don't know.
I just knew really, the DCU Batman. It's going to be a guy that's been around for a while, right?
Sense.
So
it makes more sense for the DCU Batman. Yeah. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but I mean, the fact that, but I love the fact that Matt Reeves was saying that kind of stuff. But, a lot of people want Mr. Freeze, and he's hinted at Mr. Freeze, which would be crazy. I'm like going,
Mr. Freeze.
A Matt Reeves in his world, Mr. Freeze, that's going to be some trippy shit. Like, how is he going to, what is he going to do with that? Is it going to be the suit? Is it going to be a kind of a different kind of, it's a fantastical character, but also not a fantastical character because I don't know.
There's a way to do it. I still can't get, Freeze's voice from the animated series. Every time I read Freeze, that's the only voice I hear.
Michael Ansara, who of course was a Star Trek veteran because he was Kang in the original series and DS9. Such an incredible voice. And I mean, I love the fact, because we talked about how like Feet of Clay is supposed to be the inspiration for Clayface, but like one of the most groundbreaking episodes by
Heart of
Ice, because you like literally like that completely flipped Freeze wasn't considered a serious
won an Emmy.
He was a joke.
It won a daytime Emmy.
He's a gimmick villain.
And every time they have adapted Freeze since Heart of Ice, they have used Heart of Ice in every incarnation, including Gotham.
Up until now, because Absolute Batman takes a very big deviation from that.
Yeah, they did.
Reeves not doing that one. That's not popping up in the Batman.
Okay, because it's a world fueled by dark side energy, and everything in it is superbly fucking
super
twisted.
enhanced. Yeah.
I'll tell you what it is if you don't mind.
No, I want to read it.
Okay.
I want to read it.
Let me find out.
That's fair.
His name is Victor Freeze. I'll say that, but
At least that.
It's different. It's different.
The way that I will admit, the way that you and others have talked about Absolute Batman, I feel like it's going to break my brain in 5 places.
Did you see the picture of the Joker?
Yeah, did you see the
that
Joker,
Snyder
Ray?
shared today?
Oh yeah, I saw that. He looks like a demon or something.
No, I have not seen it.
He took the idea of what he did with Croc and just said, "Yeah, let's do it like that.
Let's do it again." Yeah.
Oh dear.
Well,
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'll bring it up right now. I saw that too. I was like, "Whoa, that's a choice."
Yeah.
But just based on like what people who have read the book know about the Joker, a demon actually isn't all that out of the realm of possibility.
and you know what? It's just like people get mad about it. Again, guess what? No one took away your other Joker. You don't have to like it. It's
and
okay.
It's also in Elseworlds too. Like that's what it's like. This is where you experiment, right? Because like Chris knows this. Like I do not like Ultimate Goblin. That's not my Goblin. I don't like that game. So when I saw this, the first thing that jumped to mind was, oh, it's Ultimate Goblin, but it's a different universe. So it's like, yeah, have some fun, do something different with it. So like, you're just gonna do the guy that fell in chemicals, and plus Snyder already did like a regular Joker. Obviously he lost his face, but you know what I mean, like prime Joker of eventually gets pretty and he has,
we haven't seen much of Joker in this. We've seen images, and I'm trying to be very careful because Ray hasn't read it at that point, but we've seen what the book is.
The background.
He's in the background,
which is a smart
very
play,
different.
Yeah.
One thing, he employs Bane. That's it.
Yeah.
That is about all you know about the Joker, is that he is Bane's employer in this universe.
He doesn't even look like he's close to like that picture that you just showed. Like,
well,
okay,
that's the first image. We don't know how it gets to that point.
Right. Because what we've seen is just a general ass dude with black hair and green eyes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And there's also one. There's one panel, but there's things going on in that panel that I won't say what are happening.
Okay.
If I were to rank like out of the books that have been for Absolute, I mean, Batman's still up there. I'd say Batman and Wonder Woman kind of go back and forth.
I keep hearing that Wonder Woman. People keep telling me that I like Absolute Batman, but Absolute Wonder Woman is the best Absolute book, and I'm like, I don't disagree with you, but even though I think Absolute Batman is the better book,
Superman has gone up in my list since the story has gone on. Like, it's now that I see what Jason Aaron is doing, I said, okay, I'm down with this. Martian Manhunter is trippy, so I like the idea of the trippiness of going, but it's a very different interpretation than I would have thought for Martian Manhunter. Flash is next, and Green Lantern is just dead last. It's because I'm just completely just saying what are we doing here? So I don't know. I don't know where we're going with it. It's just
I just made things easier on myself. I only want to follow Absolute Batman.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, with so much out
there. No,
I
would recommend that if you got to pick one. Yeah.
I mean, I'll get the Wonder Woman and Superman trades at some point. I'm sure.
I saw Superman's fighting in the next issue. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm like, oh, that's a really cool pairing. It's from a different rogues gallery, I'll say.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
yeah.
I'm like,
I saw that.
That's an intriguing pair. Like, I'm sure they've messed around the comics before, but to have more like a mainline story, I'm like, okay, cool. So that got me intrigued of like, I gotta catch up on some stuff eventually. So
it's just it's everything right now is within its own little area of the universe.
Yep.
And Snyder's talked about, but it may be changing. He said he had a 3-year plan for this before being done with the Absolute universe.
Good.
There's a crossover happening.
No, there is, but there may be changing because it's still selling. So things change.
Hotcakes. And the last #1 Batman by fraction. It's which I fucking love that suit. I've not read that. I'm gonna read it at some point hopefully soon. But
I got it. It's good.
I love that suit.
I'll tell you what. Give a chance to Immortal Batman. That's a fun futuristic.
I've been hearing fun things about that. I've seen a few panels. I'm behind on some stuff. But no, okay, that's good to know. So I got to next time off. But yeah, that fraction suit, I would love the DCU to. I hope we get a fucking just blue, nice blue, bright blue Batman.
Blue
like
and gray.
that suit is gorgeous. Yeah,
that was a good take.
It's difficult for me to think that we're not going to get that in the DC.
That is the best way to distinguish yourself from Robert Pattinson's Batman.
Yep. Absolutely. And also just to go into different territory, because that's the other difficulty with live action Batman, right? Is okay for the 10th time, how are we going to distinguish him from Keaton and Bale and Affleck and everybody else, right? And like, no one, Affleck's to this point is the only one that's gone with the gray, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's gone with the blue yet. So I think that's where
that's where you have to go, right?
Yes,
dark blue, like a navy blue, midnight blue.
Well, if you want to get superbly nitpicky about it, there is that scene in The Flash where Michael Keaton's Batman goes and he has all the suits, and the suits do vary in color.
But then technically, if you look at Batfleck in there, he's kind of blue and gray.
He's like a weird like Play-Doh blue. Like I don't know what it is.
And I don't even think that's. Like to me, I've always looked at that as reasons not to put Batman in the daytime. Like that,
yes.
Like that plus the third act of The Dark Knight Rises is why you don't put Batman in the daytime.
Oh Jesus Christ!
You just don't.
And speaking of No Man's Land, there was a scene where they are out in the daylight and they do go for a run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
look at that suit.
Yeah,
give me that right there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. It's a good story too. It's a really good story.
That's good. And I love the
days tomorrow,
pitch.
so I might have to go pick some of that stuff up. Man.
I remember. I love that pitch. If it's like most of the time going to be like just like anthologized, like every issue is like a new story, new villain. I'm like, I think that's really smart in today's day and age when there's so much to read. So I'm sure we'll all eventually coalesce into one story. But I think it's a good.
Actually, really funny and coincidental because issue 12 of Absolute Batman features Croc. Issue 1 of Fractions Batman features Croc. It was actually really coincidental timing how that actually happened. But good story.
A good get for them. That was a smart pickup to do with him.
I think keeping Jorge Jimenez on the art is a really good idea.
You can't go wrong with him next to Dan Mora. Absolutely not.
And okay, thank you for bringing that name up because speaking as the clear novice with respect to the comics here, when the Man of Tomorrow announcement came out and it was the 3 images, his was the one that I liked the most. I like Jorge Jimenez the most. I mean, they all three of them are great.
Like kind of punching each other.
No, the one where they're like about to kick someone's ass.
Oh yeah, that's
back to back.
It was one of the action shots. It wasn't
Yeah, definitely. Like that, I don't know what it is about his. I feel like I've seen his art style before, but I don't know what it was that I read where I saw
Power
it.
Rangers.
It just pops. It's so good on the eyes. Like it just your eyes go to it right away.
Dan Mora's art.
No, Jorge Jimenez.
Yeah.
Jorge Jimenez. My bad. No, Dan Mora is the guy who did Power Rangers. Jorge Jimenez. He's been on Batman since Tiny and the Fourth has been on the book.
Mm-hmm.
It's been
this
4 years.
This is so okay. So I have no idea where I've seen his artwork from because I got up to I stopped in the middle of War of Jokes and Riddles for Batman.
Ray, me too.
That would have been about 27.
I started from New 52 and I got all the way to there, and that's where I fell off.
It wasn't because of the story either, Travis. What it was I okay. All right, here we go. Just me sounding like a complete rook here. Go ahead, laugh at me for this.
No, we won't.
In 2016, after I saw BVS, I went to my one buddy who was a huge Batman fan. I said, "Listen, if I want to get into the source material, like where's a good place to start?" And he goes, "Well, actually, Rebirth is actually about to happen. So there's this, right?" And so I, being the idealistic, the damn fool idealistic person that I was at the time, thought, hey, why don't I buy all of it? I tried buying all of Rebirth, and I lasted about 6 or 7 months, and it just got way too expensive.
Much. When Rebirth came out too, like I was living in a different town that had and I found a local comic book shop, and the dude, his name is Alfred, great guy. I would always go in there and just I would talk to him for about 2-3 hours. it was like that kind of thing. And we were talking about the movies and stuff like that, and a lot of the times, and then the new books. But yeah, I'd go in there and I'd just start picking. But then I'm like, God damn, there's just like too many. Like I was like going when Rebirth, when I heard about Rebirth, I'm like, you know what, I'm like totally just like 100% get back in. I'm gonna get them all, and I got all the first issues. But then it got to a point where I was like, fuck. There's another one.
Some of them were bi-weekly, some of them were monthly, so they were coming out at different frequencies, right? And like and I got to about, like, for the ones that were bi-weekly, I got to about issue 30. So I got to issue 30 of Batman, I got to issue 30 of Tomasi's Superman. But I really, really dug the Action Comics because that was Jurgens. And like Dan Jurgens is like the Superman that I've read the most by far, because I was given Funeral for a Friend as a kid. Talked about this with you, Chris. And so I've read Death of Superman and I've read Hunter Prey. So like when I started reading Action Rebirth, I was like, wow, I like this book better than the other Superman book. Why? And then I found out who wrote it, and I'm like, oh, that's why, because this is the Superman I've always read. Like, period, like from the beginning. So I got like 30 issues of that. I really like Detective Rebirth. Detective Rebirth was really good.
I thought the Trinity, the first Trinity book for Rebirth was really good. I was like, oh, this is cool, because it was showing the Trinity in like kind of like in their happy places. And it was like, wait, this is not right. And then
it was like a Black Mercy storyline. Kind of.
And it was in Poison Ivy was fucking with their brain somehow. It was like, I forgot exactly how, but it was kind of like it was a cool little, and I was like going, man, this is, I was like, all right, that's a cool, way to start it off. But yeah, like I said, it just got to be a lot. Yeah, there was the Outlaws.
So many. Red Hood and the Outlaws. I like that one. Really, the only books out of Rebirth that I really didn't care. I didn't really care for Hellblazer, like that. I did not get into that one at
too.
all.
I can't remember what it was.
And
the Cyborg one, the Batman Beyond one was really good too.
The Cyborg one was all right. The Super Sons one was all right.
Super Sons, yeah.
The Teen Titans one was all right.
I like the Green Arrow one.
Jorge Jimenez did the art for Super Sons too, just for the record.
Yeah. Maybe that's it.
He did work with Snyder on his Justice League run.
That he did.
Okay.
That he did. Even though that run's not great. The art
Justice League Rebirth.
The art is, yes.
The Justice League Rebirth? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that might also be it too, because I did read that. I kid you not, I was reading, and what was even dumber from my perspective was I spent 6 or 7 months trying to read all of Rebirth, and I was also reading Civil War 2 over in Marvel, and I was reading the tie-ins, right? So I'm going into my comic shop, buying a ton of Marvel and DC books like every couple of weeks, and it just got really unwieldy, like really, really unwieldy.
Well, it speaks volumes of Jorge Jimenez's just imprint on being one of the he is one of the biggest recent stars that's just taking off. Clover Press has been doing a lot of the art ofs on the Marvel side, but they just did their first Kickstarter with DC, and it was Jorge Jimenez that they selected as who's going to be the first DC art of. So
nice.
That's cool.
Sweet.
So maybe one of the last things we could talk about, Peacemaker.
I haven't. I'm 2 episodes behind.
Let's start with Phil. Phil, your thoughts.
Yeah. That's actually a great point for me to exit if you guys want to talk about it. Because I have to be up early tomorrow to watch my nephew. So
it's just fine if you have to take off. I mean, like I said,
I put a message in the private chat.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah.
About an hour ago.
We were just started going on about Batman and shit, and I just can't shut the fuck up about Batman.
Oh shit, I did. Yeah, I didn't even
Sorry. All good, man. No, all good.
No, but I mean, we'll talk a little Peacemaker. We won't go into spoiler territory or anything like that for Ray, but I just wanted to get, because it's getting to that. Yeah, it's there. You know what? Honestly, there's not. I mean, there is spoilers you could talk about, but not. I mean, not.
We haven't moved much.
Yeah.
I've heard people say that, like, okay, when are we gonna get going? When's the action?
We're into the 3 episodes
the
that James
3
Gunn
episodes that he didn't show, right?
He
Yeah,
didn't
so
show
that's
people, and it's now going to get into the. We're going to get some cameos. We're going to get.
Now
some,
we're just hoping that he didn't oversell it.
Yeah,
At this point.
Which he probably did.
Worry, right?
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, Phil, if you want to take off.
Yeah, guys, it's been fun. You know,
yeah,
enjoy talking about Peacemaker. I'm sure it'll be a blast. I haven't seen it. I swear, I haven't seen a single episode of season 2. I'm glad you guys are.
I think we believe you. We believe you.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're lying.
I don't know why anyone would think I'd be lying about that, but yeah, you know. Take care, guys. Have a great night.
Later,
Catch
Phil.
You guys next
Yeah,
week.
have a good weekend, man.
Take it easy,
Take it easy, Phil.
Love, bros. Guy. Bye.
It's funny too because like it was just revealed recently how James Gunn wanted Dave Bautista to be Peacemaker.
Yeah, I did read that.
But,
I did read about that. Yeah.
But I love Dave Bautista's reaction to it. He goes, "Yeah, scheduling conflict is I can't even talk. Scheduling conflict, you know, obviously when it comes to what he was doing and he couldn't do it, but then he goes." But it worked out for the best because I could not do what John Cena is doing with the character. He, you know, the way he's handling the character, I wouldn't have handled it that way. Well, and it's like, yeah, good job.
It'd be a much more serious take because, you know, I'm not saying Dave Bautista can't do comedy, but not like this.
Not like that.
This is kind of like buffoonery comedy.
Yes.
Comedy with the Dave. You moved over to me, and I'm not even drinking. You know, but like
I'm sending it up to Canada.
Where like when you saw him as Drax, that was a very kind of ignorant, almost
deadpan.
Deadpan. You know, like not the butt of the joke, but in that sort of sense where Peacemaker not always is, but lots of time is. Like it's people always making fun of him. Like the very first scene in the series, right, was just like this guy sucks and he has a helmet and stuff. Like he's a pathetic type of funny. But yeah, it would have been a very different Peacemaker if they did cast him this continue. Like, and I'm glad because I think it worked out. Drax is over there and Batista's doing some great stuff, and you know I'm with people.
I will say though, like when you're talking about like you know Peacemaker obviously is a buffoon, but man, in this episode he was smart when it came to going out into the open when he knows he's going to be.
That got me good.
That was hilarious.
Yeah,
that was great.
That was very funny.
That was
very
like
Naked Gun type of humor, in my opinion. So
and it did feel like Naked Gunnery kind of stuff, but it was smart though. I was like, I was watching that scene and the way that he was avoiding all that and just knew exactly what was going on. It was just kind of like, oh, okay, that was. I like that.
I'm very curious. And he said it more than once, and it's more come out like Michael Rooker's part was cast for someone else, and they did pretty much all of it. It wasn't working, and they redid everything. When
they did an Eric Stoltz.
And I didn't hear that.
He brought it up on the official. He brought it up on the official podcast for
I didn't
Peacemaker.
listen to the recent episode.
So like the Michael Rooker role for this.
Yes,
show.
Michael Rooker for this. Yeah, that was someone else. They filmed pretty much all the scenes. Wasn't working. He was having dinner with Michael Rooker. He talked about, and he said, "Hey, I've got this part. You know, it'd be a favor to me. We got to reshoot everything for this, but what I can promise you is it not going to be a long-term part. If you do it, I'm not going to hold you to this is your only part in the DCU." So he basically, Michael Rooker calls him. So what you've heard is that Michael Rooker is coming back in the DCU.
Good. I need that for my fantasy draft.
But it was, but yeah, I would love to know who this person was.
The Eric Stoltz, that guy, whoever.
That's what I just said at the beginning. I was like, yeah, that's crazy. I didn't know that. I have to listen. I haven't listened to that last latest episode.
Yeah, they go into it. Yeah.
Wow.
I love how that's just kind of like a term.
Eric Stoltz. Yeah.
Well, because I still remember, and I have nothing against Eric Stoltz, but I still remember watching the first time I got the DVD set of Back to the Future, which of course is now 40 years old.
We got the 40th anniversary.
I got got a trailer for the 40th anniversary at him today.
I'm gonna go see that shit in IMAX.
And the clip, it was perfect because Doc, my God, has it been that long? My God, has it been that long? Right? But no, like when I first watched the behind the scenes documentary for it on the DVD, and I see these, they start talking about Eric Stoltz. I'm like, Eric Stoltz, and then you see pictures, you're like, what?
Yeah, that would have been an interesting.
Are you serious?
And then you saw 13 clips.
Well, yeah, but it's exactly what we're talking about now with Batista and Cena, right? Where Batista's not a bad actor. It just what Peacemaker became and Gunn did with him would not work. Even the actor himself admits this. I would not have worked in this scenario of what they did with Peace. Like, remember in season 1 when John Cena's dancing his underwear, everything like that. That's not. I don't think Dave Bautista has that energy, you know, and that's where it's like
it'd be very forced.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like it happens probably, obviously, way more than we know. But I didn't know that about the Rooker character. So that's crazy.
That's
that
crazy.
Else. Yeah,
but I mean, like, when it comes to the Eric Stoltz thing, I remember watching something recently, and they were kind of going like he wanted to play the character a little bit more serious. And he was like making suggestions of like this, and people were just not having it, and it just wasn't gelling for what they, because like they always said they wanted Michael J. Fox originally, and he couldn't do it because of Family Ties.
Yeah.
And then once that went to shit, they're like, we had to have you, and poor fucking Michael J. Fox had to,
oh my god,
18-hour
You
days.
hear about the schedule that he went through.
I mean, he was getting like 3-4 hours sleep, and then less.
Yeah, it was just basically on the ride over. They would do Family Ties during the day, back to the future at night.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sure most people have, but watch the doc if you haven't.
Oh, yeah.
So good. It's so good.
It's a good one.
Just running that.
Yeah, especially when they talk about the original ending, like the fucking, DeLorean heading into a nuclear power plant. Stuff like that is like, it was all crazy. Yeah. I mean,
but yeah, and it's weird too, because like, obviously hindsight is 20/20 because none of us like were privy to this information before seeing the first film. So our first inclination is always to think of Michael J. Fox as Marty McFly.
Yeah.
And that's always our perception of it from the beginning. And it's like, okay, no, there's only, as far as our brains are concerned, well, it could have only been this.
Yeah.
Because this is what we know.
I mean,
right?
How many different ones you could say? Harrison Ford, Indiana Jones. Tom Selleck was the original
cast.
cast.
Oh my god, yeah.
And that would have been a very.
I mean, there's footage and everything, and he had it, and
There's there's footage of Selleck like
there's him doing the
scenes
with Karen Allen. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta find those. I knew that was the cast, but I'd never seen.
And he's in the getup and everything.
Oh my god! Wow.
Yeah. No,
I like Tom Selleck, but thank God that didn't happen because
I mean, that's the thing. Like when something works, it works. You can't imagine anybody else in that role. But then you got to wonder, like the ones that don't work and they bomb, and then you go, "Oh, who did they originally have?" It's like, who did they originally have? Maybe that would have been better.
How Barbie ended up, if you look into it, the air was originally going after Gosling for Joker in the Suicide Squad, and he turned it down that point. And that, for me, that's one of those scenarios where I would have much preferred it all worked out for Gosling, but especially when we saw Barbie, it's like you would have had the chemistry already right there, years later. So that's one of those where I'm like,
Gosling is Joker.
Yeah,
so
that's the original. Yeah.
So I don't know.
I don't know if that would have worked.
I don't know how that would have worked with Ayer's Suicide Squad.
Yeah.
Would it have worked?
Because if you think about Drive and Place Beyond the Pines, that's when he was doing darker stuff at that point. Now he's very Fall Guy, comedic. I'm a fun male lead, but he was very.
But you would have
stoic stuff.
But it also, but you got to remember, it would have been like the dynamic still has to be him and Harley. So there's still got to be the. See, I almost feel like in a weird alternate universe, if James Gunn does Ayer's Suicide Squad, that's where Gosling works. Or if somehow Joker's in his Suicide Squad movie, Gosling works in that regard.
The thing is like Gosling, I mean, obviously he's like a good looking dude, but he does have that kind of face that if you were to put that,
he's got the nose for it.
The nose. That's what it is. It's that nose.
Because lots of actors, like Nicholson doesn't have that. Nicholson has a very round face, and Ledger kind of had that, but Ledger had he had like defined like cheekbones and stuff. That's what made him work. But Gosling's nose.
I would also say because I think to this point Ledger's also the most slender Joker, and Gosling would be also like, I feel like he would he'd lead into that as far as like the frame, like as far as
that's what Jared Leto. He was very slender and built,
built like an MMA fighter. The script said,
he very much was eating those, eating a bunch of vegan tacos. He said, but what was I going to? Oh yeah, I think one of the when it comes to an iconic movie where it was like a bullet dodge and pun definitely intended.
I know where you're going.
Will Smith, Will Smith. Will Smith being Neo.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Remember that was originally
okay.
thing.
Okay.
I thought you were going with OJ and Terminator.
Oh, that one too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because that's what Cameron
But
wanted.
see, I said bullet dodge because
That's what I thought.
Cameron wanted James Cameron wanted OJ for
Terminator. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
the
You
reason
didn't know about
the reason they didn't is because I don't know if it's producers, whatever. Cameron was told the audience will not buy OJ as a killer, so he had to go somewhere else. You can look it up.
This sounds
Cameron
bad.
stole the
this
story.
sounds so fake, but
Cam-
you're
Yeah,
probably
it's
Google
so
it
bad
tomorrow.
it's real.
there because
Wow.
that's what OJ was. Because he had the built. He was a big guy, and they wanted to do it. But yeah, that was what happened. But yeah,
But he
Will
was
Smith
like-
and Neo would have been.
Yeah, but like with his football career and everything, everybody just loved OJ during that time. They're like, why would
Yes.
you make him that?
see,
So-
and right.
And then he ended up.
But that see that's another brain breaker because you just but
Yeah.
Arnold, that's it, Arnold.
Yes.
That's it. Arnold.
Well, that's why I was getting to the
there's
point of
no-
Neo. Can you imagine
eventually-
Will Smith playing Neo? I mean,
So I had it wrong. It was actually James Cameron who was the one who felt that he would not be believable as a killing machine. So they
Yeah.
then hired. It was Arnold telling the story. So then they hired me, and that's really what happened. So I guess they were probably making the movie, and probably producers were like, "You should get OJ because obviously big star. He's starting to act." And Cameron was like, "I don't see it." So that's what it was. Cameron's the one that said,
Totally.
"I don't see it." So
and
that's
that's
I
why
don't-
James Cameron's a great director.
exactly yes.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But no, okay. So yeah, the Will Smith Neo thing. This came. I remember first hearing this because Jada Pinkett Smith was talking about because she obviously is in the sequels.
Yeah.
And she was talking about how like she didn't want to share it with him basically later on. But like
Seems like there's a lot of things.
I was about to say that works on levels there.
if we only knew then, right?
Yeah.
But
No,
but
we did know then.
But if you see this is where it's weird, right? Because when you discuss Keanu Reeves as an actor,
Yeah.
you have to have that talk of like, okay, well, here's the thing, like if we're ranking him among other actors, okay, that's a different conversation.
Will Smith clears him as an actor.
It's
right?
not even
Like,
close.
Yeah, not even
But-
close.
Absolutely.
But 3 times in Keanu Reeves' career, he has been perfectly cast in roles that fit what he does. Ted
Yes.
Theodore Logan,
Yep.
Yes.
Neo, and of
Yes.
course, John Wick.
Then wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's
those,
it's almost after every 10 years he starts to cool down. It's like Keanu does like almost some straight to DVD stuff or whatever. It's like, oh, he's kind of done, and then something happens and he's back on top for like another like look at John Wick when that was coming out. Even myself, I saw it in theaters, but I was like, this looks like it's a straight to DVD. Like it
Yeah.
didn't look that expensive, and he's the biggest he's ever been since Matrix. You could
By
argue
far.
some facets bigger because John
It is
Wick
bigger.
is just
John Wick is bigger.
okay.
yes.
Good. I didn't know if that was a hot take or not, but I
No,
feel like
well,
it is.
no,
a hot-
Well, it's because he's been in 5 movies now. you know?
Yeah, I would
And
say
more to
right
come.
exactly 5 movies. You when you do 4 movies and a spinoff, and not only that, the fact that because have you seen Ballerina, Travis?
Yes. Yeah.
The fact I was just telling somebody because the 4K Steelbook just released, and I was talking to the guys at Walmart about it, and they hadn't seen it, and so I was trying to explain to them where it takes place in the continuity. The fact that the movie Ballerina literally takes place during 3,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like
It's
not even
between 3 and 4. It's kind of like a 3 and 4, like
Right.
this, I remember. Yeah, but it's like during 3 when you're right.
Yeah, but and so like when you like I love The Matrix. I love all 4 of the movies. Like the first one is still my favorite, and then funny enough, I would say my second favorite, believe it or not, is the Resurrections. I really like that one a lot.
Really?
Truthfully, yeah, it's a
Mine's Reloaded. I love Reloaded. I don't care what everybody says.
Resurrections was 4. Was that?
Yeah,
the 4th
4,
one.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ray. I love, especially the first act with all like the blue pill stuff, and you're
Hey, it was
making the
good.
game. That's one of those ones where I'm like, I'm always surprised that movie got through Warner Brothers. 'Cause it's like
Yeah,
actively shitting on Warner Brothers for
I-
the whole first
totally
act.
shitting.
I feel like the pandemic helped that. I really do.
Yeah, that's true.
I
They're like,
feel
just
like
get it
that
out there.
massively
Get it
You know
out
what?
there.
Let's do it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yes, totally. But no, like, but yeah, like, so I love that franchise. But when we're talking about like the cultural zeitgeist, right? Dude, we just watched a Superman movie. Like before the movie came out, like the where's the dog scene? What did everybody say? Wow, he went full Superman. Just went John
Absolutely.
Wick.
Yeah.
John Wick is a verb now, or like
That's
a noun.
Yeah.
basically. Like that's just, and so, but what?
Well, I mean, look at. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but like, I don't know how many times, like, we got this movie called Good Boy that's coming out. That is it's a haunting with the perspective of dog, and everybody goes, if anything happens in that dog, they use a John Wick gif.
Absolutely, yes,
Yeah.
right, exactly.
I even made a little Photoshop, just a quick thing, because they release a poster and it shows like a little demon hand over the dog, and I'm like, I swear to God, and I put John Wick, I put a Ghostbusters patch with the fucking Ecto-1 behind him. I'm like, John Wick's gonna come here and destroy these ghosts.
Right.
That's just what it is. You think of dogs, and John Wick.
It's synonymous at this point. But basically, so like Keanu Reeves, obviously, all indications are that he's like one of the greatest humans on the planet. But like, he donates
like most of his earnings to like fucking charities and shit, and like,
right. But he has just found this. I don't know if you want to call it good fortune or just he has a great agent or whatever. But he's just been able to find 3 iconic roles in his career. Nobody really talks about the other stuff he's done, like The Gift, where he does a horrible job of playing a racist because he just doesn't play that well. Like hearing him,
the nicest guy in the world is a piece of shit. Yeah.
Hearing him say the N-word to Cate Blanchett was just wrong. Like it just doesn't work. It
doesn't sound right
at all. And that's a Sam Raimi movie too. Like, yeah. Or like it just the other stuff that he's in is like, okay, it's whatever, but it's those 3 roles, right? So, and it's all about crafting or like giving him a role that works to his skill set, which is minimized. I'm not going to say minimal, but minimized, right? So Neo.
I was about to say like that he has minimal dialogue as John Wick.
Exactly. And he has minimal dialogue as Neo. He doesn't really say a lot in all 4 of the movies, right? So that's the problem is like you kind of have to cast a guy like that in that role. You can't cast the Fresh Prince as Neo. That doesn't work. Like there's and not only that, it also changes the dynamic of all the other characters. If it's him and Lawrence Fishburne, well, now that's a totally different dynamic. Now that's the soul brother dynamic. Right? You know what I mean? Right?
I know. All I'm imagining is like when if Will Smith is Neo putting on his glasses, he goes, "I make this look good."
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that also would have colored it too, because we would have had Men in Black 2 years before that, right? So it just it doesn't. Yeah, it wouldn't have
worked.
No, not at all.
It was a blessing that it didn't happen.
Yes, completely.
And I love that Will Smith. He's like, I read it and I'm like, what is it? What the? He was like, he had no idea what the fuck it was even.
Yeah, he
like,
didn't
what were they
get
going
it,
for?
which I'm not blaming him. I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure when you read it, you go, wait a minute, what? Like what?
Yeah.
Everything is just ones and zeros. What the fuck?
There are layers to that franchise that many years later I still don't get. Like I've seen all 4 of those movies multiple times. I can quote most of it, and still it's just like I don't like
it's a lot of like allegory to like Jesus kind of stuff, and there's a lot of like
and this actually surprised me a couple of years. I didn't, because I still haven't dug further into this. I'm curious about it, but because of the Wachowskis, apparently it's a massive trans allegory.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, there's a trans allegory too. Yeah.
Like especially the 4th one.
The 4th one was big because that's when whichever Wachowski did it.
Lana.
Lana.
It's like a Coen situation where only one came back for that.
Yeah. Well, and I think also Travis, that's also how they were able to push that one through, because at least one of them came back. I feel like if that had been any other director, they might have kowtowed, but Lana very clearly wanted to do that.
Which is interesting because they're working on that 5th. Because remember that they came out. Drew Goddard's writing that script. I don't know if it's a reboot.
It's a reboot, but
So I'll be curious if that ever really happens. Because
I don't know.
Yeah, the world's interesting, and Drew Goddard's a great writer. So it's like I'd like to I would definitely like show me a trailer. Let's see what it is. It's just like it's one of those that's like, is it so tied to the Wachowskis that the second you see in someone else's hands, you're like, this something feels off, because that happens with some franchises, right? It's just to me happened when Wes Craven passed away with Scream.
James Cameron,
100%.
Terminator,
right? So, and I bet that could happen with Avatar when he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna hand it off." I'm like, I don't know if it's a good idea for people. Yeah, I don't think I think people come to Avatar for you, James Cameron. Not like, sure, I'm sure they like the Na'vi, but people like to see the scale of what that is, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well,
it's gonna be interesting. And they always wanted to. Wasn't there always like them wanting to do like a Morpheus prequel? Like there was always on the table
been kicked around.
Yeah, it was always kicked around. That would have been kind of cool because then you're still dealing with the main story, but you're not, adding to it or trying to reboot. You're just showing, hey, what was Morpheus like when he was younger and when he got unplugged, and and then his whole journey of trying to find the one and stuff. Yeah. That would have been kind of cool, So
bring Yahya back. I liked Yahya in Resurrections. I thought he did a really good job. So
yeah, he did a great job.
I also really, I even like as far as I like Colleen. Like or not Colleen. Pardon me.
Colleen Wings, her Netflix.
That's her Netflix name in Marvel Netflix. No, it's Jessica Henwick. Jessica Henwick playing Bugs. I liked her character in that.
Well, the thing is, like Resurrections, I really enjoyed it because I get why people didn't, but I also go, well, I mean, what else could they have really done? And when I watched it, and it was funny too because when I was with my ex, she had not watched the Matrix movies. So I showed her the first one, and she was blown away by it. She was blown away by the whole simulation theory because I think she was going down rabbit holes on YouTube, hearing that stuff. And then I was like, well, the there's a movie that came out, let's. And so I did that, and then we watched the trilogy, and then we watched the Resurrections, and she really enjoyed that one too. And it was just, and I watched it, I don't know, 4 or 5 times. I actually really I thought that was a cool little. Yeah, maybe, there's some things in there that were kind of, all right, we'll go with that. Sure. But there was a lot of, cool little, what's her name? The little girl that was grown up. I forgot what her name was. Sati. There it was. Yeah, we got her. I mean, there was a lot of cool little callbacks.
Yeah. And it wasn't legacy sequel-ish the same way. Don't get me wrong. I love Force Awakens. That's my favorite of the Disney era. But that definitely has a lot of rinse and repeat from New Hope, right? Where to me, Resurrections feels like it's more just, there's some fun illusions or things brought in, but it's a new story, which some people didn't like, right? And some people didn't even like that, in that third one, they kill Neo off, and that's the end of his journey, and then it's he's back, and it's a happy ending this go around. But I liked what the director said of, hey, when I made that movie, I was in a different headspace, and they made that movie because it was about also their parents just passed away, and they brought a lot of that into that. It's that's again where people are with art and when they make things, right?
And that's where because I feel like a lot of the weight of the expectations of what a fourth Matrix movie was going to be are still back in the early to mid 2000s for people, right? Yes. And the reality is that Lana Wachowski made an updated Matrix movie. She didn't ignore the fact that 15 years had passed.
Yeah.
She said, okay, no, we're not making a sequel that, that would have come out 3 years after Revolutions. We're making the Matrix movie that exists today, after everything that has happened in real life today.
A lot of people didn't want. They just want. They want that again.
Exactly.
And that's where it's tough with the reboot, because then I could see the other crowd where they do that. They go, let's make a 2000s Matrix, and you feel I love this, and then people are well, it's just kind of saying rinse and repeat. We've been here before. We're seeing similar things, and
that's.
I just would not want to be that. Good luck to Drew Goddard. If that would be a job I would turn down. No, thank you. I'm not writing Matrix for the reboot.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. But the thing about the the original Matrix, it propelled cinema into a new level. When you saw the bullet time stuff, it was being toyed with other movies, but they perfected it to because I remember seeing, what was that one movie? It was Freddie Prinze Jr. called Wing Commander. Do you guys remember this movie?
I've never heard of that movie.
There was a time in that movie they
Saffron Burrows,
they do this light speed thing, and everybody just goes in still, and the camera rotates as everybody's but it was a slight rotation. It was just that. And what the Wachowskis did was we want to do a 360 and then some, and we want to show some movement and stuff like that. Everything else was just everybody's just still and the camera rotates, but they brought it up a notch to have movement while it's happening. Yeah. So that, and then when it came to even Reloaded and even Revolutions, I remember walking out of Revolutions with my friends. Obviously, when you see the Neo and Smith fight when they're flying around, everybody. we were going, okay, where's the Superman movie now?
100%.
Where's the Superman movie?
We can do it. We can do it.
You could do a Superman movie. And then it's kind of funny because who was the VFX supervisor on that? DJ, who was Zack Snyder's guy on Man of Steel, BVS, and everything like that. But it was just, and then look what happened with that. He was fighting Zod, just like up there, and it looked, but it was like, that's what we were thinking. Like, me and my friends were like, why are they holding back on a Superman movie now? They just, that's it right there. So then when it came to Resurrections, I think a lot of people were like, well, how do you even, there's not really nothing else. Like, how do you perfect that you've already done so? And there wasn't anything that was like, oh my God, there was some cool shit. I'll give it that. There was some cool things where, that were happening, It
didn't have that one fight scene, and that's one thing not that you want to rinse and repeat, but that's one thing it didn't have that big, like, oh, remember that spectacle. To me, I liked it more for the world building and where we're seeing the characters later on,
And for me, and it's funny because we're talking about, Godspeed to Drew Goddard if he does undertake this. But for me, the big sell for Resurrections at all was the fact that Lana and Keanu Reeves and Carrie Ann Moss, the three of them were coming back. When I heard that the three of them were coming back, it's like, okay, I'm in. You're bringing back one of the directors and Neo and Trinity. Okay, all right. Let's see what it is.
Not going to have that, right? And I would even recommend, like, don't do Neo, like, do your own, like, use the world of Matrix, but do something else, because like I just feel like you're walking on eggshells if you got,
I think so,
the Oracle and a new Mr. Smith. It's like, I don't know.
Don't do that. Don't do that. I mean, that's the thing is like, and especially, I mean, for instance, look at what Zach Krager's doing with the Resident Evil movie that he's making, and then he came out and said, not trying to do the game and the initial story, it's just a story within the world, right? And I'm like, good idea, because and that might still piss off Resident Evil diehards, but at the same time he's just like, it's just within the world and I'm telling a story within the world. I'm like, kind of smart. So if they're gonna do like when you look at the Animatrix, I don't know if you guys have watched the Animatrix
all of it,
but there's a bunch of stories within the world, and I specifically like the one with it when it happened with the kid that is in Reloaded and Revolutions. You actually get an episode that is his backstory.
It's like anime style, yes.
Yeah, it's not it's like it's kind of like drawn funky and weird. It's a really it's really cool, but I mean he's just a kid in high school who's just he's feeling like nothing feels real, nothing's this, nothing's that, and he's like going through like this experience and he's getting chased by agents because something's happening, and then he finally wakes up and you actually hear Keanu Reeves' voice going, "Hey kid," and I was like, it's cool. I'm like, something like that. Maybe, if Drew Goddard's going to be doing something, is he going to, he doesn't have to reinvent the wheel with it, but maybe just tell a story within it. That's kind of cool. I don't know.
Well, Animatrix is a perfect angle for that because, they had I remember the intro kind of for that was the one that they put in front of Dreamcatcher. Which is one of the two movies I've walked out on before in the theater.
I like Dreamcatcher.
I liked it better the second time. The first time I watched it, I was with Ray. I don't know if I love it, but I haven't seen that forever.
That movie is two different movies in one.
Yes. And they marketed it as a Stephen King horror movie, but it's not. It's like very psychological.
It is very much a Stephen King movie where you have the friends and they do the flashbacks and they find Diddits, and he's like, the special friend who's got abilities, and then they get back together, and then all of a sudden Morgan Freeman and Tom Sizemore come out in the fucking helicopters, and they're like, what? I'm like, I remember watching that going, that's the same fucking movie. I'm like,
that's when I left the theater. That's absolutely. My buddy was my old buddy at the time. He didn't do well with gore in theaters, and so he actually had an anxiety attack, and he left the theater. And after 20 minutes of him being gone, it became more important. Like, it became more interesting to find out where he was than it was to watch the rest of the movie. So I went outside and found him sitting in the car. And he's like, I'm good, dude. If you want to go finish the movie, I was like, no, we can leave. We can go finish. I'm done with this, whatever. But they showed.
I still appreciate that movie. I don't know why.
But they showed Final Flight of the Osiris The sea. And Final Flight of the Osiris is the Animatrix short film that leads directly into the Reloaded, because that's when they discover the 250,000 Sentinels that are headed for Zion, right? Yeah. And so, like, the idea of, and so that leads into my favorite of the Animatrix. It's the two-part of the Second Renaissance, which is the entire history lesson of how they even got to the Matrix, like how they got creepy. Were extremely creepy, but and that is anime style. But like that's like I think it's almost like Studio Ghibli art or whatnot. But like they go from our time, like present day, and evolve you, like show you like the evolution of how they got to where they're at. In the Matrix.
Where we're going.
Yeah, and it's really creepy and scary and terrifying.
I always remember that shot of like the robot on the robotic horse going through the fire. You see that shot through there when the war is all happening. And then there's like a shot of like a robot just like squeezing the head of like a human being and just like Jesus Christ.
There's those, and then there's also the one where like the first, when they first started growing humans and they were like testing like they were poking at the one's brain to like make it laugh and make it cry. And
like, but it's filled with stuff that you can do with it. But
exactly.
Animatrix iconic film that's scary to cover, right? Like that's one of those tough ones that just has such a.
Well, and then it's funny too, because like, James Cameron, speaking in the same vein of like, trying to do another sequel, he was talking about, because he was going to take it upon himself to write Terminator 7, and then it was like, and then he said, I've been kind of stuck on that. And then, now it's like, how do you write something when how reality is like, just don't do it. Don't do it. Or at least, if wait a little bit and then it's going to become a biopic. I don't know. It's like,
I think it's just tough because I bet those studios, because I don't even know who is it. Like if Cameron has some of it and studios can get it from him, I don't know. But I feel like
I watched the video on it and like
it's one of those messy situations.
For a weird thing, because it was like his ex-wife who had the rights at one point.
Bigelow?
No, I think it was the one before that.
Okay,
yeah, he's been married.
Wasn't he married to Linda Hamilton? Right?
He was. Or I don't know if they were married, but they were together
a long time. Yeah,
but he was with somebody in the '80s when he made Terminator, and she was the producer. I forgot what her name was, but he sold the rights, because he was just, and he gave she had the rights. And
it's like that stupid shit where at some point in the '80s, some people own Jason Voorhees, and some people own Friday the 13th. And it's like, how did you guys ever let this happen? How did you not just get in a room and fucking figure this out and share stocks in the Friday the 13th franchise?
Galen Hurd.
Okay.
Yeah,
there you
that's
go.
who it was.
And the problem, of course, is she is a Hollywood producer. She founded Valhalla Entertainment, and she was a former recording secretary for the Producers Guild of America. So someone in the business. He married someone in the business who, understands all of the.
That's why there's almost like it was like 9 years between the Terminator movies, because they were fighting for the rights.
Yeah,
like it took a little bit to get the rights.
There was because there's about that size of a gap between 2 and 3.
Yeah.
And then
there's that too,
What's the gap between Rise of the Machines and Salvation?
I don't remember.
Salvation is after Dark Knight, because it's like 2009 maybe?
2009. 2009.
Right
it's the very year after that.
Dark Knight
Okay, so then that's what because Rise of the
I think the studios just see
6
how
years. Okay.
Alien and Predator have had these like revivals, and I think like we gotta do this Terminator, but Terminator, like Cameron says, is tough. And I hope that if he doesn't crack it, then don't make it. Don't just put something out there for money. But I guarantee there's someone out there.
Terminator Zero was like a good.
That was great.
Give him Matt Donaldson. Go get him.
It was a good entry into it that actually did something where you went, oh, okay. You guys did something, as opposed to Dark Fate and Genesis. It's like
I still like Dark Fate. I haven't seen Genesis.
I like Dark Fate, but I still don't mind. Yeah,
I don't hate either one of them. I can enjoy them for what they are, but
and you know what?
Didn't move the needle.
And I will fucking die on this hill any day. I think the idea and concept of Salvation is fantastic. I don't know what the movie is.
I agree with that. With that.
I remember seeing those previews being like, this is where you take Terminator, like us going into the war. So I still think maybe that's what Cameron should do. Maybe is like write the post-apocalyptic like in his hands this time. I don't think he would because Salvation kind of did it. But
I will appreciate Salvation if for no other reason than the fact that it is a sequel and a prequel at the same time.
Oh, it's so cool. Yeah,
I love that it can be both and literally like just do the wibbly wobbly timey wimey thing and just be both at the same time.
And see, we tied it to Robert Patrick, and that's our thoughts on Peacemaker.
There you go. We did it, guys. Yes. Good way to end it right there. Yes, we're, at a perfect 4 hours of the stream. Cool. So
you kept your word, Dave, not 6 hours.
Dude, I know. Chris and I were talking because, he had a long week. I had a long week. And I'm like, we ain't going 6 hours tonight.
Yeah, but I said to him famous last words. He says that to me before.
I know. But I was watching the time. I'm like, no, we're creeping on 4. I saw your message. You're like, I'm crashing. And I was like, I'm starting to feel it too. Because it's just been a long week. But, I think we covered everything we wanted to cover. And it's always been great. Thank you to Phil for joining. But let's go around the horn. Chris, what do you got?
Yep, you guys always a pleasure joining you all, and you can catch me not this past Thursday, but most Thursdays on for Marvel Alliance. We're actually going live next Friday because we have a little animated series coming out. Marvel Zombies will be dropping on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be great.
So we're moving the show just one night so that Dave and I can watch it and appreciate it, and then go live at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time on the Geek First Podcast YouTube channel. So check it out, and we're very excited about it because some of the things I'm hearing, it's going to be a good one. So
sweet. Travis, what do you got?
Yeah, you can find me at Geek First, doing a bunch of stuff tomorrow. I'm watching like 10 hours of wrestling, and then I host a podcast with his co-host David on Sunday for the gimmick. But yeah, we're doing everything we talk about, we review right now until the end of the year. I'm doing Travis Told You, which is my solo show on Monday and Wednesdays at 12:30 p.m. PST, as long as my work doesn't fuck me over like it did this week. But most of the times it's just me ranting. Like I went over a bunch of DCU fan casts for Batman, pushing for Sam Reed. Never gonna happen, but Sam Reed's my boy. That's who I want as Batman. And as a fun fact, we brought Wind Commander. I did not know this existed, but just so you know, Dave, the director of that movie directed 4 video games of Wind Commander before he did the film. He never directed a single thing. He did 9 different games, and then he directed the movie Wind Commander. So
yeah,
that's what you could do in the
video
90s.
game.
Yeah, but he was director of all the video games. That would never happen today.
Yeah,
where it's
no,
like, hey,
never.
you direct your video game.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there you go.
Wow,
So,
that's right.
yeah, it's on the list. I've never seen this Bleach Blonde Matthew Lillard, but yeah.
Yeah. It's something. I don't even remember exactly what it's about. I just remember the bullet time like light travel scene that they have in
Neil
there.
Druckmann came close.
He got close, and then look what happened, Chris. He flew too close to the sun, and all of a sudden he gets fired in the middle of the night.
It happens. What do you got, Ray?
Travis, I've never seen Sam Reed before, but no, that would I see it. See it.
I've seen him thrown out there. He's I could see that
I'll
too.
recommend. I said this to everybody: 2 shows for October. If you've not seen them, because I'm rewatching it. Hannibal, I love that show back in the day. But Interview of the Vampire, I had people all the time telling me it was great. It's like, I don't know, like I saw it, got the movie.
Is he Lestat?
He's Lestat, and man, that's where he convinced me because he gets to chew the scenery like Cruise did in the movie, but then he brings like a lot more layers to him. And then because I love the show so much, he's in this Australian show called The Newsreader, where that's where he looks like Bruce Wayne, where he plays a news anchor, and he's very what I would imagine Bruce Wayne, and he has this voice. He has this very deep. It's Australian, but it's like I don't think it will ever happen. I think James Gunn knows who he wants. I think it's like Millie Alcock and Corn Sweat. He's seen them. He's gonna zero in that screen test. But yeah, and everyone watch Interview with the Vampire. It blew me away. The hype was there. So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I was seeing like because of the new season, he like becomes like a rock star or something like that, right?
Yeah, because it happens in the books. After he breaks up with his lover, he goes off on his own, and then that's why I thought about because now in this new season, he's jacked. He's like put on the pounds. Like, oh, I see the Batman body there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's ready to go. Yeah,
cool.
Yeah, that's. I think that's partially why people like Brandon Scalari, because he's already there. It's like there's not going to have he's not going to have to do 10 months of fucking training or something like that.
No.
But he's already done it for his new movie. Anyways, go ahead, Ray.
Theflycast.com took a bit of a break because I went out west and I had a wonderful time out there officiating my baby sister's wedding. Congratulations to her.
Congrats. That's cool.
But yeah, back on schedule. Did an episode of the main show the other day, talking about all this Paramount Warner Brothers stuff, among other things, and talked a little bit about the Emmys. Tomorrow I will get caught up on Peacemaker and do an episode of Flightbox about that. I'm probably now also going to do an episode of Flight Review on him, which I wasn't planning to do, but I gotta talk about it now. And also some extra stuff on the Patreon, patreon.com/theflightcast. I posted because I watched 3 movies on the plane, because that was the longest plane ride back and forth. So I was able to watch 3 movies that I'd never seen before. I watched Iron Giant, and I reviewed that for Patreon. I'd never seen that before. I watched Mickey 17. Ooh. So that review is coming up. And then the one that I really, really loved, Black Box. Black Bag. Black Bag.
Black
Bag.
Yeah.
That's
Black Bag.
That's a spy one, right?
Yeah.
That's really
good. Michael Fassbender, Kate Blanchett, Naomi Harris. It's
Who directed that? I can't remember.
Steven Soderbergh.
Steven Soderbergh.
Yeah. Scott just woke up somewhere. Someone mentioned Black Bag.
Scott's gonna.
Oh, Scott. Oh, yeah. But it's a great movie.
I watched it on the plane. Like it finished as we were landing back home.
Good.
And like I bought it the next day. Like it is on my shelf right now. It is that fucking good. I love Soderbergh. Soderbergh is like one of my favorite directors of all time. But there was so much that I love about that movie. So I'm probably going to do a flight review on Patreon for that as well. And then we'll do the feedback show as well, like flight chat over for the weekends and whatnot. So yeah, getting back into the swing of things with respect to movies, TV, and other assorted media.
All right. Well, there you go, guys. Thank you, everybody who stuck around with us. Thank you to Phil. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Travis. And yeah, guys, we will talk to you later.